Well, so then let me turn to the main event. I'm got a snoot full of tequila and a messianic mission. I'm clawing the ground to talk to you as usual.
New Year's.
Everybody has their own news.
That's right.
I guess the title of tonight's talk is Linear Societies and Nonlinear Drugs, which is something that I just had to pull out of the air when Ken finally slammed me to the wall for what I would be talking about this night many months ago. But more and more for me, especially with this group, these things have become sort of summations and, I guess I hope, convivial examinations of just where we are, we, each and every one of us, and then this enterprise, whatever we mean by that, in the context of everything else that's happening in the world. In other words, the psychedelic experience, the entheogenic experience, contextualized. And as I try to think about, what, if anything, I can bring to the party, I guess it's that what I'm interested in is psychedelics as a philosophical tool. And when I concretized that for myself, I realized there's no claims on that part of discourse. No one wants to do this. Academic philosophy is done in a very formal manner, and the most exciting is incredibly stuffy. And yet, I, like most of you, I assume, have taken on board in my life this thing called the psychedelic experience, which is then as large a portion of my being as my sexuality, my politics, my education. It shapes everything. And yet nowhere in the world of philosophical discourse is there any genuflection, at least overtly, made to this. Maybe not since Plato, who talked about shadows on the wall of a cave and so forth and so on. Well, so what can psychedelics and the psychedelic experience bring to philosophy? And what do I mean by philosophy? By philosophy I mean the enterprise of discursive thinking, trying to understand what the world is and who's asking the question. Where did the world come from? Where is it bound? And who's along for the ride? It seems to me that we, as a community, have, this is sort of hard to wrap your mind around, at least for me, but we have, in a sense, inculcated into ourselves the image of an underclass, so that we struggle for legal toleration of our practices and our habits, but we don't struggle for intellectual legitimation of our visions. We accept that they are somehow contextually marginal. And as I thought about that, I realized that is a limitation on the community. That the information which is coming from the psychedelic experience as interpreted by Western people is primary evidence for the need for a major paradigm shift in the whole way the Western mentality does business. Well, what kind of evidence and what kind of shift? Well, there's a lot of talk in our community, and there has been for many, many years, about shamanism. And when we seek to legitimize ourselves through a historical argument, we reach back to shamanism and we say we're part of something which is 100,000 years old and worldwide and touched the spirit long before the shadow of the cross fell over Jerusalem, and so forth and so on. All true. And in a way that has, I think, that tendency, which is part of the broader tendency in the Western mind to valorize and grow nostalgic over the primitive, has put a certain political cast on our stance and our position. But what we are is, again contextually, is a culture of science. And I'm speaking now of our community. It's the Albert Hoffmans and the Dave Nichols and the Sasha Shulgins who have kept our canoe afloat. These are men of science. Its methods, its vocabulary, its culture. We have not, though we certainly honor those people and love them, as their rhetoric is not the primary rhetoric of the larger community of psychedelic users, which tends toward this, as I refer to it, this shamanistic aboriginal nostalgia. Turn left here for a moment and say, I feel more comfortable with the scientific end of things. I think the news coming out of science is the most psychedelic news there is. When I go to the internet, I go to things like Science Alert and the Hubble Picture of the Day and this sort of thing. And our community as a whole, I think, is not involved enough in incorporating the vistas. While we struggle to legalize psychedelics, psychedelic thinking is everywhere triumphant, because the instruments built by linear science throw open doorways on the unimaginable, and the most revered and hoary hefes of the scientific establishment have to genuflect before this stuff. I mean, what am I talking about? Well, for example, Science magazine wrote last week that the most important scientific breakthrough of 1998 was the apparent observation and agreement upon that observation by the astrophysical community of a cosmological constant. This sounds like very deep physics, but if I give it to you as a headline, what it means is the entire universe, every atom and every empty space of it, is ruled by a very weird force that has now been seriously known to science for precisely 5 months. A force which is apparently going to overcome gravity's tendency to collapse the universe and to cause it to expand in a very explosive and counterintuitive and psychedelic fashion that is the complete confoundment of the core science that Western linear thinking has built. And of course there weren't riots in the streets and the electricity didn't fail, but at the very pinnacles of the antenna of the evolving civilization, there was a shudder felt in the force, you may be sure. There are two much larger forces than our community that are in play in terms of shaping the cultural modality, and I would call them, what would I call them? Well, I would call one of them science. It's the other one that I'm having trouble with. It is everything which is not anchored in the rational. You know, the 20th century is the most spectacularly celebratory has the most spectacular celebratory affair with the irrational since the 16th century. I mean, never before have so many prophets, wizards, wise women, casters of runes, and seers of visions moved among the people, plying their wares. And part of this is brought on by the tension between the failure of the education system at the very moment of an inflationary expansion of knowledge, so that it's very hard to be au courant in all fields. And if you're not current in a field, then probably your version of that field is some kind of story, a myth. You know, I mean, if you can't keep up with quantum physics, why not fall back on archangels? You know, it requires less intellectual engagement or something like that. Discourse is fragmenting. Fields of discourse are evolving vocabularies so rapidly that the understanding of these vocabularies is not penetrating very far beyond the core group of workers. So then this is creating kind of islanded systems of self-reference, where outside those systems of self-reference, information doesn't travel. The people who are the gene splicers know very little about remote sensing, and both of those parties know very little about recent discoveries in astrophysics, for example. So there's an intellectual fragmentation. I live in Hawaii and in a forest in fairly remote conditions, and so I entertain all this in my mind all the time and try to, my faith, and I assume it's the psychedelic faith, although we've had some fairly existential characters in our ranks over the years. But the psychedelic faith, I think, is that the universe is beautiful in the Platonic sense, and therefore good and true. In other words, we're optimists. We're not flailing existentialists. We're not relativists, because we have a real standard to measure our spiritual coinage against. So we're not relativists. This is a point I'm really keen to make, because we're embedded in relativism. It's all around us. It's the air we breathe, but it is not inimical to the psychedelic community. I mean, I think the psychedelic experience is the only authentic source of reliable contact with the numinous. I mean, meditation and so forth and so on is all very fine, but it requires a leisure class involved in philanthropic support of this kind of foolishness, where the psychedelic experience is immediate and real. Somebody once told me if the Earth completely disappeared except for its nematodes, that you could still see the outlines of the continents if you were standing on the moon. I thought, now just who gathered this factoid? So then, to bring this back around a little, where is the psychedelic experience in all of this? Well, it used to be called, or at one phase it was called, consciousness expansion. And consciousness expansion in human beings is going to become an absolute necessity, because we are summoning out of the woodwork of cybernetic technology machines that are going to require super intelligent humans to direct and have discourse with them. This is happening. It is already happening. I mean, the internet is this. I mean, it doesn't tap you on the shoulder and remind you to brush your teeth, but it is, a partner in the understanding of the world that is genie-like. That's the image I have when I sit down to it. It is all John Dee would have asked of his archangelic messengers. He wanted instantaneous information on the political situation in the courts of Europe. He wanted information on the course of the Drake's expedition, then on the other side of the planet. The internet is this kind of magical, intelligent prosthesis. And as I said, there won't come a dramatic moment, I think, a la Lawnmower Man or something like that. These things are much more seeping. The only people who, in fact, can see the game move against the background of the forest pattern are psychedelic heads. You have to think about this stuff, and you have to develop vocabularies for catching it in action. This is what the game of being an intellectual is, I think. Trying to see the process of morphological unfoldment in action and guess the direction in which it's headed. Because it's inevitably headed toward greater density of information at greater speeds, higher level integrative metaphors, visually rather than textually displayed, transformation of such graphic and glyphic elements over time, it becomes more and more like the interface of a computer, more and more like some kind of machine environment. I mean, we have thought for, I assume, at least 100,000 years, maybe much longer. But the quality of thought, it was early. When it was early, it was intermittent. It was thin. It was a groping. It was an undigested intuition, a perception slipping away from the mind's eye because of media reinforcement and education and acculturation and the passage of 100,000 years. The voice of the mind, the logos, has grown stronger, but now it takes an exponential leap forward into visualization, into manifestation through this information processing prosthesis that integrates us all. Well, because this is a small group and probably self-selected for high interest in these subjects, why, as much as possible, you should direct me toward whatever your special concerns are, so that for each person, whatever their slant, there's a reasonable payback in information. And there may be areas where I'm disappointing or unhelpful, but usually then I can point you toward somebody else or some source. The first thing this afternoon, I'll bring in some books to show you 10 or 15 source books that would help you in researching any aspect of this, whether you are interested in it academically or for personal spiritual growth or whatever. It's very important to be informed. I mean, this is an area where it's very hard to bluff it because, on one level, it's a branch of medical science. I mean, what we're talking about is folk pharmacology, and you really should understand certain things about pharmacology, certain things about physiology, because your life may come to depend on it in some situation. I mean, it's not casual, You want to be able to assess risk and make intelligent choices. So what I usually do in these kinds of situations is go around the circle and try to get a feeling for the backgrounds, the interests, and the concerns of whoever is here, and then tailor what is said afterwards to the needs of the group. So why don't we just do that, and you can tell us your name, and then your particular concern or what you hope to get out of this, just something which will give me a basis then for structuring what comes afterwards. So why don't we go around in good Punpo shamanic fashion, counterclockwise. Sorry, but it was you or this poor soul. Now he can bake and consider which was worse.
Well, my name is Carolyn, and I'm interested more in the herbal lore and the herbal outlets for the purpose of, medical use. I'm interested in Chinese herbology and Western herbology. I don't know what else to say. I haven't had my coffee that much.
Well, that's pretty good.
That pretty much covers it.
How many of you are CIIS students? And now that everybody is here, how many will write a paper for this course? So 3. Okay. Yeah.
My name is Brad, and I'm interested in the psychedelic experience and how mankind has used it throughout history and what it's done for us. And I'm interested in herbs and plants in general. I don't know a lot about them, but I'm interested in studying them more and learning a lot more about them, and just present and future applications of how we can heal ourselves and help ourselves spiritually.
I'm Sibylla. Well, I think the overall interest is that I think that in nature, the main secrets of humanity are stored, whether in stones or in plants or in whales or in redwoods. And I think that to access plants and to know what they carry as main information for us, that's my interest. So to rewrite the relationship not only to myself but to the plants and to nature before we go on this information.
That's a great jacket. You don't see beetles as a fashion motif much in this culture. In Guatemala, they sell little beetles in the market on threads that you pin one end of the thread to your jacket, and then they wander all over you. They're wonderful.
They glue jewels to their backs.
Yeah, sometimes they jewel them up.
What are beetles?
These insects in the pattern of your jacket. Yes.
My name is John. I'm very interested also in psychedelic experience. In 1970, I had a psychedelic experience that pretty much changed my life and way of thinking. And I've just now, in the past couple of years, come to understand that. And I'm really interested in pursuing that mode of thinking that it sets up in your mind. And I think the psychedelic experience, well, I look at the planet and I see what's happening out there, and I think the psychedelics, plants, and those experiences can help transform a way of thinking to more cope with what's going on out there. That's pretty much where I'm coming from.
My name's Maura, and one of the reasons I'm here is the most interesting experiences I've had in my life come from psychedelics, and that was like 10 years ago when I was in college. And I haven't experimented with them since college for a variety of reasons, your analysis among them. And I've decided in the past couple of months I've just gotten interested in the subject again, and I want to find my own source of psychedelics, and if it means growing them by myself in my garage or whatever, that's the way it's going to be, or going out in the woods to find them. And I thought the seminar might point me in some right direction.
My name is Marge, and I'm interested in the experience, and I'm somewhat of a late bloomer because it's only been a couple of years ago that I first experienced some psychedelics, and I'm definitely interested in the personal transformation involved there. And I heard you talk one other time, and I'm just generally interested in anything you have to say.
Where did you hear me talk?
I think it was at the Whole Life Expo
In LA.
last year on the I Ching.
Oh, man, if you came back after that performance, you are dedicated. Remember that?
I do.
Yeah. Good. Well, welcome.
I'm Tom, and I had my first psychedelic experience in '69 when I was 9.
Oh, God.
You remember the Halloween candy? So that pretty much set the stage for my ongoing interest in altered states of consciousness.
My name is Janie, and I came last night kind of on a lark, really. I'd heard your name before, and I was really curious about what you had to say, but I didn't know this workshop was going to be happening. But I was really inspired by the things you were saying last night, especially the use of psychedelics as a way to overcome the mess we've gotten ourselves in on a worldwide basis. And that's something that's very interesting to me. I used psychedelics, I guess, for the first time around '76, and I haven't used that much psychedelics in the last 8 or 10 years, but I have done a little mushroom imbibing. So I'm interested as far as personal growth and understanding, breaking through some of the barriers that, I feel like I could break through as far as spiritual growth. But another main interest of mine is I would very much like to be able to share this experience with other people. I have access to a computer conferencing system in Sausalito where I'm very active, and it's really kind of a nationwide conferencing system, and a lot of people from a lot of disciplines are involved in it, and more people are getting involved in it. And one thing that I have noticed is that it's a very bright, aware group of people involved in the system, but they seem to be not very clued in to a lot of spiritual matters. A lot of them are, as far as a lot of deadheads are on it.
Is it the well?
The well, exactly. You talked to Howard last night, right?
No, I've been aware of the well.
Oh, okay, good. That's what it is.
Do you think that they're not clued in? I mean, without insulting anybody, is it because they're young?
I'm not sure. It's, like even the deadheads on the well have done a lot of psychedelics. But I think there's a certain resistance among many about accepting the unseen and the unknown. Youth may have something to do with it since they didn't go through the 60s, etc. Also, maybe the stereotypical computer mindset of being kind of linear thinkers. There are a lot of computer people on there, of course. But there are also a lot of writers and a lot of artists. So I don't know if it's just ground that hasn't been tread before and people are afraid to step out in it, or exactly what it is.
Well, that's very interesting. I mean, we'll talk a fair bit about computers. Most software, I think, is written by freaks. I mean, if you hang around these scenes where it's going on, everybody has hair down to their waist, and but the relationship of psychedelics to computers and of psychedelic people to computer people and all that is very interesting. So what do you do on the well?
Well, I am just an interested participant. I just log in frequently and have online discussions with people. And I'm considering co-hosting the spirituality conference, which is just shaken loose from two very Christian-oriented people, and what they've done is split out Christianity to another conference, and now the spirituality conference is kind of wide open. So I've been kind of a hanger back. I'm not really one to get out there and start, talking a lot. So it seems like it's a grand opportunity to open up that avenue to people. But speaking of computers, I'm sure I'm talking a lot for a person who doesn't talk much, but I've been doing computer work for 20 years. That's the way I've been making a living. And what I've been trying to do now is find a way to incorporate computers with something that's more esoteric and more aesthetic. So I'm very interested in your I Ching thing. I've also worked with the I Ching for like 10 or 15 years.
Oh, really?
So I'm very curious about what you're doing with that.
Well, I'll be doing a 5-day at Esalen the week after Thanksgiving that'll be entirely devoted to the computer implementation of these ideas about the I Ching. So if you can get down to that, that would be great. Yeah, I love the idea of networks, but I find it very hard to force myself to use one. It's like riding in a taxi, is how I feel about it, because I'm so aware of the money, which is a silly thing because I use electricity in my house, and I don't feel like I'm riding in a taxi. But I got onto the source, and on the source you can word search the membership for interests. So I typed out drugs, and it came back and said there were 850 people on the network who had written that drugs were an interest of theirs. So then I started checking. I said, okay, drugs without sex and rock and roll. Came back 4 people. So I didn't solve all my affinity group problems. Yeah.
My name's Toby, and I think we have a mutual friend, at least one, Terence, Nina Wise, who has been urging me to hear you at the first opportunity because she says that you have a very original perspective on things. So that was one reason I came, and then after hearing you last night, I'm particularly interested in your ideas on the social implications of these psychoactive substances, and those as an instrument for social change. So that's one interest of mine, and then a second interest is just how your notion of an archaic revival, how that ties in with one of my basic interests, which is the perennial philosophy, and how those sort of interlace or whatever. So those are a couple of central concerns of mine.
So are you a performance artist or something?
No, I have nothing to do. I enjoy the kind of work that Nina does, but I'm more of a philosopher who just has a lot of different interests, and that's one.
Yeah, well, I've known Nina since we were in high school together, and she, in fact, is the person who introduced me to Kat, who is the mother of my children. So Nina is webbed in there. Good.
I'm Brian. We've been recording and working with Terence for a number of years, and this is the first time I've heard him bad rap sex and rock and roll. I don't know. And musician, and generally the topic is infinitely interesting, so we're here.
I'm Boston. I like the fact that Terence tickles my linguistic fancy, and that's why I'm here.
I'm Richard, and being an electronic engineer involved in development of advanced television systems, I'm one of those linear thinker kind of technical types. So in part I'm here really for the sort of detail how-to aspect of all this, rather than the broad historic anthropological kind of message, which I, having attended your Ojai presentation, I think I have the structure of that pretty well in mind. So I'm looking for a little more detail filled in, which I hope this weekend will provide.
So you're looking for filled in detail. This must be the holy grail of your life. Richard is involved in high-definition television systems and satellite transmission of high-definition video signal. So the metaphor works on all levels.
It certainly does.
Cameron, do you want to sit in there? You don't.
Yes,
there is one
it's
empty
open.
space. I think it was saved for you.
I'm Curtis, and I recently moved to the Bay Area from Austin, Texas. So it's sort of like coming back home. I'm originally from California. I was thinking, I got to come here on the spur of the moment. Came to the lecture last night and were really committed to do something else today, and got home and there was a message on the answering machine saying that had been canceled. And so he said, "Yay, we can go hear Terence." And I was thinking about, why do I want to do that? And how does why do I have this urge to do that? And I was thinking that I really spend my life, and my professional life at least, working with people in alternative states of consciousness of one kind or another. I've spent a great deal of time in the last 5 or 6 years working with Stan Groff and a number of other people, getting different perspectives, and there are a lot of different perspectives on this kind of work. Stan has a particular kind of model that's very useful in terms of the language that you were talking about last night, of helping people to explain to people what kinds of places they go into that are accessible when they have these kinds of experiences, regardless of the vehicle that they use. Spent a good deal of time working with a woman named Jackie Small, who is one of the on the leading edge of chemical dependency work of all things, and has worked with Stan a great deal in bringing his model of the breath work out, particularly in the United States and particularly in the area of chemical dependency. So that's another point of view. I've also worked with a number of modern-day shamans here in the United States, and that's another point of view. The thing that attracts me about Terence's information, which is relatively new to me, I'd heard bits and pieces of it, but it provides me with a more, I hope can provide me with a more historical, more organic, more depth to the experience over a period of time, rather than this kind of relatively closed psychological or transpersonal psychological perspective that I've had for the last 5 or 6 years of how these materials and how these experiences work. So I'm really looking for depth from the experience, to see where it came from over a long period of time, and how that fits in with what I do.
Yeah, good. I mean, I'll say more about all that process.
My name is Terry, and I've also just recently moved to the Bay Area from Austin. I had a lot of experience with psychedelic drugs in the 60s and 70s on a recreational basis. Been reintroduced in the last year or two, and I've been doing a lot of personal growth work and spiritual work. And I'm interested in that, and I'm interested in legal psychoactive drugs and growing them and finding out more about them.
My name is Lauren. I'm a second-year student in the anthropology department here. At first, I wasn't going to come to this or the lecture, and then my friend Bob here and another anthropology student said, "Well, if you're in anthropology, whether you're interested in psychedelics and shamanism or not, you really should have the information." And I've never taken psychedelics, unless you include marijuana as a psychedelic. I seem to manufacture my own chemicals. And I was blown away last night. It isn't often that I come across an idea or two that's completely new for me, that maybe makes sense, maybe doesn't, but it completely blows away the way I thought about things. And your whole idea about the evolution of culture somehow being tied to our relationship with psychoactive substances in nature is like, fuck, I never thought about that. And I don't know whether it's true or not, and I'll take it in and I'll study for the next year or two and see whether any of it makes any sense, or whether it was from a bad trip. I mean, I don't know.
Just remember, you heard it here first.
Footnote it over here. But I really did think that there's some brilliant ideas there, and And my interest is in the relationship between culture and psychedelics. And I had this thing, not quite a peak experience, I won't say that much, but it's a real powerful period of time last night where I all of a sudden sensed like maybe the things that we find in nature were there for a purpose. There's a relationship between human species and our evolution and what's found out here. Maybe there isn't us versus nature, us versus these psychotropic plants. It's just like like the I Ching, it's an ongoing changing rhythm, and there's this, we take something, we eat it, we do something, we put it back, our ashes go into the soil, and it was like, I don't know, it must have been a morphogenetic psychedelic field last night, but it was nice, so that's why I'm here.
Good, well I'm glad you came.
My name's Bob, and I'm also a student here at the school, and I'm actually pretty new to the psychedelic experience in the last 3 years, and for me, it's reached a point where I would like to perhaps, I've reached a point that most of the work I've done is by myself, but I'd like to reach a point where I can start to find maps or pathways that can help me to direct myself toward the spiritual, more of a spiritual understanding. And very interested in shamanism and how this ties to psychedelics. And I'm interested to find out how some of these other plants from other parts of the world can be introduced into this culture. And so that's why I'm here, to broaden my knowledge.
My name is Allison, and I'd never heard of you before I came to California, and I listened to a tape of yours, and it was really inspiring. I never realized that psychedelic experiences had such a strong effect before I listened to you speak on the entire populace of the world. I wanted to believe that, but I couldn't justify it from just me thinking that. And the lecture last night was really good. It took me a really long time to go to sleep, and usually I'm a person who hits the pillow and crashes out. I'd also like to find out more about pterodactyls, because I've had problems with other prehistoric beasts before, not particularly those, but and because I'm an artist and I want to find out more how to use psychedelic experiences to propagate art.
Propagate art. Good.
I'm also interested, too, in how we can go about inviting people that have a wall up against using psychedelics for growth, like family members. How possibly you can get them, I mean, if there's any ways of coercing them into something they might not normally feel comfortable doing. I have one member of my family that's interested in trying things, but because they're illegal, just can't justify it. And I want to know if there's any way or any place that it is legal, or that of helping other people find that way.
Yeah, well, it's a really intense issue for people, and telling someone that you think they should take a psychedelic compound for purposes of spiritual growth is usually going to set off some kind of very strong reaction.
I don't need it, is what I...
Yes, or you're saying I'm screwed up, or you're trying to poison me, or you're screwed up, or you wouldn't be saying this, these kinds of things. Recently I had to review Marshall McLuhan's letters, so I read all these letters that McLuhan wrote. And one of the things he wrote about was how nervous people got when he tried to discuss the effects of media, the unconscious effects of media. And he said that people who were raised in the tradition of phonetic alphabets were tremendously nervous about having the machinery of reality examined. And I think the drug thing is even more intensely this kind of issue. When I was in the 60s, when I went home thinking I would convert my family to taking LSD, it was very clear to me as I argued with them about it, that the reason they didn't want to take it was because they knew damn good and well that they were crazy. And they didn't want to mess with it. You know, the last thing on earth they wanted to do was probe and explore the mind. They had that all nailed down just fine, thank you. So it is, we will talk about this. Good, well, I'm glad you're here.
My name is Kim, and I think the reason that I'm here is that I'm looking for motivation in life. I think Terence last night termed it effortless, appropriate activity. And it seems that life would be better lived if there was a clear, or if not clear, at least a feeling of where we were going and what needed to be done. Mm-hmm. And there was some knowledge that we were operating with to give just more meaning in life. And so I've spent my life looking into different areas. I studied biology for a time and have gone into, not too deeply into various Sufism for a little bit, and I'm now doing, I make my living writing computer software. But I find that currently Terence seems to be the strongest magnet that I feel can lead me into, hopefully into a path towards knowledge and motivation.
It's a tall order for one so unmotivated. Don't make bet on it. Don't bet the baby.
We're 40 seconds away from it.
True. And one federal felony.
Jim, I had the pleasure of hearing Terence speak a couple weeks ago in Santa Rosa, and as well as listening to most of the tapes. And I was really interested in the idea of the diets of some of the shamanic cultures that apparently are very rich in different precursors of brain chemicals. And I had also heard about MAO inhibitors that were really dangerous with certain amino acids in the system. Something about fasting or that. So I'm interested in that, and I'm happy to talk about it.
And are you an MD or?
No.
No. Yeah, well, we'll talk about diet and MAO and all that, I'm sure.
Interest in psychedelic experience and its relationship to sort of the Western model of reality, scientific reality, and also psychotherapy. And so I guess the only thing I want to say is that I hope you include some of these incredible ideas that you apparently put out last night that I missed since I didn't hear the lecture, so that I won't feel I missed something.
We have a tape.
You can get the tape.
Okay. But I imagine some of this stuff will come around.
My name is Stephanie, and I have a great amount of respect for psychoactives and their use as in traditional kind of paths of knowledge, and have used them for a number of decades in that form. I'm also interested in them for recreation. And I'm also, one of the other main reasons I'm here is because my son has expressed interest in working at the garden with you next year, and so I kind of want to know who you are.
Okay, so you're scouting.
I'm doing my motherly duty.
What kind of a maniac is this guy?
My name is Ted, and I certain amount of these substances in the 60s, and then after a 20-year lapse, I've taken some recently, psilocybin. And I guess my interest is twofold. One is a kind of a practical level questions like, why does physical weakness follow taking these substances, and are there any other substances that we can take before or during or after to prevent this? and ways of using the substances to gain specific kinds of knowledge, dealing with death, and then the integration of the experience into daily life, which would be your effortless, appropriate activity. And then also issues, social issues, like you last night you talked about. It takes with yoga and others, all this takes all this time and discipline to get there, whereas you can have it like this. But if you don't have the discipline, how do people take these experiences back into daily life without insanity? And then finally, the issue of how do you deal with the narcissism and ego inflation that can follow the psychedelic experience in certain people, along with the complete rejection of rational thought that sometimes occurs.
Yeah, that's a real problem. I know that one from the inside. Okay, now the people who slipped in while this process was raging. Sir.
Hi, my name is John Harrison. I first heard you speak on tape 3 years ago. A mutual friend of mine, Bob Forte, played it for me. And then I had an opportunity to hear you speak at the Santa Rosa, a transpersonal conference. And what was significant for me was that you seemed to, I'm sure you've heard this many times before, but you seemed to articulate a voice that for me has been inside, that I want to express, that seems to tie together so many different aspects of consciousness, from shamanology to anthropology to pharmacology. And what's important to me is that at least for me, I want to learn how to articulate this voice so that the trivialization of psychoactives begins to cease in this society, because I believe that, as you said last night, these morphogenetic amplifiers, I love that expression, are very important in terms of our evolution. And I'm really disturbed by the environment, political environment, which says no to these tools, these potential tools for our growth. And so one of the reasons I'm here, one of the main reasons, is I'd like to learn some of the ways to tie all this together so that I can be more an agent for change myself.
Good.
My name is Cameron, and I'm interested to understand myself through using different techniques in religions and moment in shamanism. And I like to learn more about plants and their use and their power to understand myself mainly. And also I'm interested to see if there are other uses in Baniseri Kapi plants than just making the wine, and perhaps if we can combine that with effects from mushrooms or cannabis.
So going further with that plant complex.
Right.
Okay. Now, did we miss anybody? Well, I'll say just a little bit about my own interest in all this, or how I got into it. I don't know. I mean, one creates a false history when you look back into time to try and explain how you got to where you are, or at least I do. Trying now to understand how I came to be involved in the psychedelic experience, it seems to me that what it really requires is a love of the peculiar, of the weird, the bizarre, the outre, the freaky and unimaginable. And I don't give great credence to astrology, but I am a double Scorpio, so I'm told that this kind of thing predisposes one for 12th house activity. Several times in my life I've gone through these kinds of revelations where everything seemed to change so profoundly that I could hardly recognize who I had been before. And I noticed this around the time I was 7 or 8 happening the first time. nature and the imagination seem to be the precursors to involvement in the psychedelic experience. So I was a rock hound, a butterfly collector, a rocket builder, a connoisseur of explosives and all of this sort of thing, while my peers were off playing Little League baseball, I was back in the hills digging out trilobites and tracking down moths and stuff like that. And then science fiction was a tremendous stimulus to my imagination because it seemed to say, anything you can imagine is fair game. Anything that you can conceive of can be treated as a reality. And but I was also I was raised in a Catholic household, so my whole thing was to build cynical resistance to the spirit. So I was an atheist, a Marxist, an existentialist, rational, material, a pain in the neck, basically. And in all of that, somehow I began reading Aldous Huxley, the social novels, Antic Hay, Chrome Yellow, these comedies of manners of British academic society. I was like 12 or something, but I always drove myself to read really beyond my level. Well, this led me to The Doors of Perception, which I had read Brave New World. Brave New World is an anti-drug dystopia, a nightmarish world of plastic, never-grow-old people who take tranquilizers every time there's a hint of any deep emotion or any kind of anxiety. They just, the motto was a gram is better than a dam, and you can just for a quarter anywhere get one of these pills that just puts you right back into being happy and cooperative. And so Huxley, who was, a very concerned person, very interested in the fate of 20th century society, went from this dystopic vision of drugs to The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell, in which he describes experiments with mescaline that essentially totally turned him around and convinced him that these medieval mystics that he was so fond of, Meister Eckhart and San Juan de la Cruz and so forth, were actually describing the same reality that he was, and William Blake, that he was getting into. So I wanted to pursue this, and this was like 1962 or something, and I was about 14 years old. And then a few months later, there were stories in the newspaper that morning glories were being abused for their psychedelic effect. Well, there was a bindweed that grew locally where I lived, so I went tearing out and gathered half a peanut butter jar of this wild morning glory and took it home and ground it up and took it. And of course, nothing happened. But the hour before it before it failed to come on, I sat quietly and fearfully and examined my mind from that point of view for the first time in my life. In other words, examined my mind from the point of view of watching it to see if it was changing in some unpredictable way. And actually, though the morning glories were totally inactive, in that hour of watching, I did observe some interesting false positives that would come and go for a few minutes. And then a few months later, I got my data a little more together, and learned that it was a certain species of morning glory, and that you had to buy the seeds from a seed company, and then I discovered what it was, not the full-blown psychedelic experience, but by this time I was in Southern California going to school, and a friend of mine and I would go out into the Mojave Desert and grind up low doses of these morning glory seeds, because we didn't know what a dose was, really, or what actually was supposed to happen, because if you read Huxley, it's pretty high-flown language. It's all about radiance and significance and existential validity flooding into the rose. Well, once you're looking at a rose and posing the question, is existential validity flooding into it? You don't have anything to measure it about. But we would go out into the Mojave and take these morning glory seeds and observe shifts in the apparent significance of things. Everything would appear somehow more pregnant with potential meaning. And then, in fact, if you would close your eyes in that situation, there would be the beginnings of hypnagogia and, drifting lights and undulating colored patterns and grids and laceworks and all these things which are the precondition for the psychedelic experience. Well, it wasn't long after that I went to Berkeley in the fall of 1965, and LSD was available. A few months later, DMT was available, and I was just stunned and have never lost that sense of profound astonishment that such things could exist. Just that they could exist. I mean, DMT seems to argue, convincingly, I might add, that the world is made entirely of something that, for want of a better word, we would have to call magic. That, things are not what they appear, not at all what they appear, and that what we call reality is just some kind of utterly provisional construct that, if leaned upon too hard, can just fly to pieces before your startled eyes. Well, then the question is, what are the implications of this? What lies behind it? So forth and so on. So I, as most people do, or would, I think, looked to tradition for some kind of guidance about what this was, and read Jung and read Mircea Eliade, and saw, parallels, but not a clear congruency, and saw in the iconography of Tibetan Buddhism seemed to me to bear certain kinds of parallels to the hallucinations that I had by that time glimpsed in LSD states, and so studied the Tibetan language, went to Asia, learned that the iconography of Tibetan Buddhism is a rip from the pre-Buddhist shamanism of Tibet, which has been there since the Stone Age. Buddhism only entered Tibet in the 7th century with Padmasambhava, and all the iconography was taken from the autochthonous indigenous shamanism that was there. But I didn't find in these yogins and lamas and geshes what I was looking for, which was direct experience of these realities. I mean, Tibetan Mahayana seemed tremendously sophisticated in its analysis of states of mind, but operationally it was not coming anywhere close to what these psychedelics were able to deliver. Well, because I was fortunate enough to have wise and well-read friends, I knew that this tradition was alive in the Amazon. And so when I finished in Asia, and I went from Nepal to India, throughout Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, ostensibly making my living as a professional butterfly collector, but also using that as an excuse to go to these extremely rural and tribal situations and observe what was going on. And I concluded that it was far in the past or far removed, that it was something that had retreated to the status of a myth in most cultures. And then, in late 1970, I went to the Amazon, and very quickly, through using mushrooms, through using ayahuasca, learned that there it is accessed, and the traditions are alive, and the attitudes were simpatico with my own, that there were not lineages. You didn't have to pledge eternal fealty to some character, that they were exploratory in their approach. They were open-minded. Everybody admitted that nobody knew what was going on with it, that yes, they could cure, yes, they could balance their societies and act as paradigms of behavior to other members of their tribe. But what they really liked to do, these shamans, was get together and puzzle over what the hell it is and how can it be, you know? I mean, they were like scientists. They were like explorers. They didn't have a myth that encompassed it. They were technicians of myth, which they presented back to their societies. And this is something that it's very important to realize about shamanism as it is being packaged and sold in this society, that a shaman is primarily a theatrical entertainer, but they're not putting on the show for themselves. But in this society, people actually become actors on their own stage. The shamans do not believe, I maintain from spending time with them, shamans do not believe in the powers of magic words, crystals, healing darts, and so forth and so on. They manipulate these things the way a stage magician manipulates rabbits, hats, saws, and boxes with women inside them. They understand what it's for and how it works, and these things are manipulated to create an effect on other people. But the shamans understand that the real magic is the magic of sign, symbol, and language, and that by manipulating cueing, by manipulating expectation, you can lead people to a fundamental confrontation, not only with themselves, but with the other. And as I said last night in my talk, it is no easier for an Amazonian Indian to come to terms with these things than it is for a native of Manhattan. Ultimately, this coming to confront the other is coming to confront the mystery of being, not as a phrase, mystery of being. I mean, we all give lip service to that, the mystery of being. It's everywhere. It's in the trees, the stones, the elevators, the life of the city, the life of the country. Everything is radiant with the mystery of being. This is some kind of gloss. What I'm talking about is actually the mystery of being as existential fact, that there is something that haunts this world that can take apart and reduce every single one of us to a mixture of terror and ecstasy, fear and trembling. It is not an idea. That's the primary thing to bear in mind. It is an experience. And as we went around this morning, a surprising number of people spoke to it as an experience. And I think this is what makes the great distinction between the shamanic pragmatic approach and what I called last night the political ideologue approach, that we are not working here from theory, where our theories are the weakest part of what we say. What we're working from is the fact of an experience which we need to make sense of. Now, most of these other-oriented experiences, which are hard to keep track of or make sense of, cannot be commanded freely. They're more in the realm of, you're traveling in a foreign country and you contract a terrific fever and you fall into a vision and you have deep awareness and realization about the nature of life. This is not an experience that can ever be repeated. Or you're alone in a wilderness and you confront a flying object in the sky which seems to trigger strange bursts of thought in yourself. This cannot be repeated and triggered on command. So only in the context of the psychedelic experience and the willed decision to act can you enter this arena of repeatedly going to meet the experience of the other. And it is a very, very bizarre enterprise. It is not that if we do it enough times, we will understand it or become comfortable with it, because it is not in its nature to be understood, and it is not in its nature to accommodate itself to us. Rather, it's that we've discovered another dimension, almost in the same way that Europeans discovered another world only 500 years ago. In 1992, we will celebrate the 500th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America. Now, notice that when Columbus set out from Spain, there was a large body of intelligent opinion which believed that he was sailing over the edge of the world, literally, that he was sailing out of mind. And instead, what lay at the end of that voyage was real estate, immense amounts of real estate. And we have come to terms with that, and in fact now inhabit what 500 years ago was not even on the maps. It was in the unconscious. Now it is the center of the global economy. In the same way that these European navigators began to have this intimation that the world was a wraparound. That's what it means to say that the world is round. It means you can get back to where you started from by going away continuously. In the same way that the European navigators discovered that the world was a wraparound, I think we are on the brink of discovering that you can start in three-dimensional space and time, move off in a linguistic vehicle, and find your way back to the place you left from. This means that what we call three-dimensional space and what we call the imagination actually have a contiguous and continuous transformation from one into the other. And this is big news. This entirely goes against our Cartesian expectation that thoughts inside, world outside, objects outside, perceptions inside. And this is actually nothing more, this inside-outside thing, than an artifact of European languages. And yet, we take it to be, how God made the world, basically, because we are so embedded in our language that we cannot cognize reality without it. We cannot cognize reality without our language. But then in the psychedelic state, somehow this happens. Somehow syntax is replaced by hypersyntax. Linguistically moderated and modulated perception is replaced by perception in the raw, not coded and sculpted and sifted for culturally validated meaning, but rather just the full hit. Well, this is tremendously disorienting, but it's also tremendously liberating, because that's the full deck. That's when you have full command of the options available within the matrix. If you play the cultural game, it's like playing only with clubs or something, or playing only with the red marked cards. You have to play with a full deck, and that includes this pre-linguistic surround in which we are embedded. Now, why is it so emotionally charged for us? In other words, why can the shamans go into this dimension and heal or divine, see into the future, or in a sense see into the past by discovering who stole whose cow or who's sleeping with who, or all these things that shamans are concerned with? What is this ground of being that we discover by dissolving the cultural machinery of cognition? Well, I think what it is simply reality unpackaged for a historical epoch. In other words, reality uncompromised by the need to be culturally efficacious and useful. And this is precisely what we need to throw light on our culture crisis, because the models that we have used to sanction information that is culturally useful have given us information which is toxic. I mean, we have actually created a toxic relationship between ourselves and nature. We have pursued avenues of questioning, the feedback from which have given us an overpopulated, polluted, ideology-obsessed, unresponsive planet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're floating in space.
one of the things that's so striking about shamanism in the native context is the absence of mental illness, the absence of serious neurotic patterns of behavior. This is because this translinguistic reality is allowed to work its will through shamanism, is allowed to regulate the society. In other words, our model of how society works is we are at war with nature, and we must push it back, seize a beachhead, fortify our position, dig in, these kinds of metaphors of capture and control. While the shamanic approach is we must communicate with nature in order that nature can communicate with us, in order that we may know what should be done. And shamanism as classically practiced is hunting magic, weather magic, healing magic. In other words, ways of getting into the evolving of state-bound system patterns within nature. Weather, we would presume, can to some degree be predicted by looking at past weather states. Hunting can to some degree be predicted by looking at the migration and movement of game in past situations. So shamanism then becomes a kind of mnemonic exercise where by keeping track of what has happened, you can build up a model of what will happen. And originally this was done through great mnemonic feats of memory, like the Yugoslavian folktale singers or the Homeric epics or the people who sang the Edda. These were, works of hundreds of thousands of lines that were passed down virtually without change over millennia. But there's a strange phenomenon at least in the evolution of cultures, and perhaps more generally, which is every step into freedom contains within it the potential for greater bondage. Now, what I mean by that is, here's an example of it. Women in charge of the gathering phase in hunting-gathering cultures developed language, I believe, because they had great need of the ability to make fine distinctions. In other words, here you have 50 grasses, small herbs, shrubs. They have roots, fruits, berries, seeds, inflorescences. Some of these things are poisonous. Some of these things are foods. Some grow in the spring, some in the fall, some along the river courses, some on the hilltops, so forth and so on. A great many descriptive dimensions come to bear on this. So consequently, I think women are to be held responsible for the evolution of language in order to discuss the extremely important matter of what is good to eat and what is not, and where do you find it, and how do you preserve it, and what do you combine it with, and so forth and so on. Men, on the other hand, who were in charge of the hunting because of the different body type and bladder capacity and so on, the premium there was placed on silence, stoicism, being able to stalk and for days make no noise, possibly, and to just, sort of integrate into this silent kind of thing. Well, this same kind of freedom which binds occurred in the shamanic effort to steer culture by mnemonic means, because eventually even the greatest of the shamanic memory artists were overwhelmed by the amount of data, by the size of the epics, by the sheer length of these genealogies. So then symbolic notation is brought in, and shamanism turns into scribecraft, and signifying magical forces turns into writing down their names, and there is a tremendous binding, a compression, a limitation of freedom because the strategy of freedom became too successful. So this reaching beyond ourselves is a process that is continuous. We transcend a state, we then lock ourselves into the transcendent state. It becomes defined by its own set of limitations, and we move beyond it. And this kind of bootstrapping mechanism, I think, has been at work throughout the evolution of language, throughout the evolution of shamanism. Now we have come to a similar kind of bind, having to do with the bankruptcy of analytical analysis and rationalism, which has led us to a pretty complete mastery of inert matter. But when pushed into the quantum realm, suddenly contradictions begin to multiply, and impossible conclusions force themselves upon the investigator. Well, what this means is that rationalism has simply reached its limit. There is no reason to think that it doesn't have a limit. It was just the inflated fantasy of the 17th century that thought that God's mind must work like the mind of a watchmaker. But in fact, what with chaos theory and catastrophism and numerous other non-equilibrium partial differential processes in nature, we now know that nature is extremely unpredictable, highly variable, not subject to analytical understanding except in very limited domains. What this understanding that quantum physics has brought the physicists and that the psychedelic state has brought the people who pursue that, it has not fed back into the mainstream of society. We're still living in a male-dominated, object-dominated, subject-other kind of world model, a world model inherited from the 18th century, really even more than from the 19th century. Well, is it going to kill us? Is it too late? What can we do about it? This is what I talked about last night, about the archaic revival as the notion of making a sharp left turn away from the momentum that the historical vehicle wants to follow, which is thanatoptic. Don't kid yourself. I mean, you cannot have three religions stacked up on top of each other, stretching back 4,000 years, pursuing this monotheistic vision, which ends in an apocalypse, without building a tremendous morphogenetic predilection for the apocalypse. And our demonic investigations into matter have led us to create the machinery to produce the apocalypse. It's interesting, somebody said of the Reagan administration, this was when James Watt was running around saying we didn't have to save the trees because Jesus was coming anyway, so it didn't matter. And someone said, the jerks want to be in the Bible. And that's precisely the historical situation. The jerks want to be in the Bible. In other words, every petty potentate from Frederick Barbarossa to Ronald Reagan has secretly believed that they were living in the time of the Antichrist and would participate in the scenario of the Book of Revelations. I mean, this is psychosis if you meet it in a person. If you meet it in a culture, it's called religious piety and conviction. And it has been going on so long that it has actually created a very narrow neck in the historical process that cannot be avoided. We now have no choice in the matter of business as usual. There will not apparently be business as usual. There will either be an apocalyptic destruction of the planet, a kind of Ragnarok, a Götterdämmerung, a complete storm of fire brought on by the eruption of the psychotic mythologies that have driven the matter-centered monotheistic male ego culture, or there will be a plucking of victory from the jaws of that defeat, and not an apocalypse, but a kind of cultural millennium, a complete breaking out of the pattern into something else. And some of you may know Rian Eisler's work, The Chalice and the Blade. If you haven't read this book, I recommend it to you. For psychedelic people, for feminists, for people concerned with the state of society, this is certainly an important book. And what she's saying is partnership. It is not true that the story of the human race is the story of a pendulum swing between matriarchy and patriarchy, each with its own flaws. Rather, it is that human beings have always lived in an equilibrium-style partnership society, except during the last 8,000 years, this pattern has been disrupted by the rise of the male ego, the suppression of the logos-like connection to nature, and a certain evolutionary path taken in the epigenetic coding of information. In other words, the phonetic alphabet. The phonetic alphabet, which has no reference to the icon of the things expressed, is utterly cool, utterly unable then to give you any feeling of engagement with what is being described. This gives permission for analytical science and the detachment of rationalism and the sorts of philosophies that have created the tremendous split between head and heart that characterizes the political systems of the last several hundred years. Well, this thing which the shamans are contacting, which we can call another dimension, hyperspace, the collective unconscious, whatever it is the ground of our becoming. And the only way to sort of unhitch ourselves from the ego is to open pathways of communication to this invisible field of intentionality in which we are embedded. And this is a very difficult task because the culture in which we live denies that this thing even exists. I mean, if you start saying that you feel the heartbeat of the planet or that you are in resonance with the local ecosystem, or still worse, if you say that you hear the voices of elves and fairies, this is psychopathy. Automatically, you have to be observed, sedated, and cured because you're participating in a model of reality that is not consensually validated. Nevertheless, I think what we're trying to do with meetings like this is empower this particular meme, empower this idea. I can't remember who developed the idea of memes, but it's basically the notion that ideas compete with each other the way animals and plants compete in an ecosystem, that ideas adapt and spread and occupy niches and defend territory and redefine environments. And so my mentioning last night of the woman who said to me, I thought I was crazy until I heard you speak, for me that is really the nugget of this work and the most satisfying kind of comment that anybody could make, because what has happened since the 1960s is the straight people all went off together. And by this I don't refer to sexual preference. I use straight in the earlier sense. The straight people all went off and became very weird together. With their golden Mercedes and their Picasso ceramics and all that. The freaks all went off and became strange alone, each apart in our own way, because community was shattered, affinity groups were suppressed, people went all kinds of directions. Now, the people who went through the 60s, approaching or in their 40s, have had 20 years to see how they like that kind of alienated aloneness. And so this morning as we went around, I heard many people saying, that they had done these things in the 60s, but not for a long time, and now they were returning to it. I think this is because it finally dawns on you that, this may be the only shot you've got at it. I mean, reincarnation is fine, past lives are fine, but we're all getting daily older, and we don't know where we came from, what lies beyond the zygote, and we don't know where we're going, what lies beyond the pine box. Who can say? So out of the incredible mystery of whatever the universe is, a microsecond of opportunity against impossible odds has sprung into being. We are embedded in that moment of opportunity. So what are you going to do with it? Are you going to sweep up around the ashram for 30 years and then decide that was a mistake? Or, are you going to just give yourself over to the arms of Holy Mother Church for a lifetime? I mean, people do this. You cannot escape making some kind of commitment to something. Nobody gets through life without being asked to sign up, either in their own club or somebody else's. The mushroom said to me once, in the way that it does when it delivers these aphorisms, it said, you must have a plan. If you have no plan, you will become part of somebody else's plan. You either have a plan or you are part of somebody else's plan. And so I think people are waking up to the fact that we must use what works. Because you see, someone on this side of the room, when we went around, talked about yoga and how the psychedelic gives the experience on demand, but are we ready, and how do you gain skills, and this sort of thing. To my mind, the goal is not the psychedelic experience. The beginning of the path is the psychedelic experience. So if yoga promises that after 20 years it will deliver you to the beginning of the path, then, there's something seriously wrong here. The psychedelic sets you at the beginning of the path, and then people do all kinds of things with it. I mean, I am amazed. I feel there is more variation in how we deal with this than in almost any other phase of human activity, because some people seem to have almost no self-reflection. And I've noticed it also touches sexuality, because I don't know how many of you have ever encountered the Penthouse Forum, but this is where people write into Penthouse and detail these astonishing unpredictable sexual exploits, threesomes, foursomes, and 12somes that just fell upon them. And whenever I have, for some reason, some occasion to read these things, what is amazing to me is that this appears to be descriptions of the behavior of an alien species, because there is no self-reflection on what does this mean? What does this mean that I get stuck in an elevator and end up copulating with 12 stockbrokers? It's just accepted as how it is. Well, you get this same thing with psychedelics, where you say to someone and they say, "Oh yeah, in the 60s I took psychedelics. Wow, it was really strange. All these colors and voices and apparently no self-reflection, no realization that this is actually happening to you. This is happening to you. Therefore, the implications must be fairly central." And then other people immediately get it. They say, my gosh, this plant, this pill shows me that reality is at least 1,000 times larger than I thought it was, showed me that I don't know who I am, where I am, what I am, or anything else. And I don't know what it takes to instill that in people. Maybe intellectual self-reflection. One of the things that is so puzzling about shamans when you actually deal with them in the field is they are not like the other people in the tribe. The other people in the tribe are very tribal people. In other words, they have all the curious cultural limitations of people in every culture. They think you smell funny, they think you look funny, everything you do is amusing. They stand around in small groups giggling and pointing and like that. The shamans, on the other hand, it's nothing like that. They accept you totally as a person. They make no cultural judgments. You don't look funny, smell funny, so forth and so on, because they are what I call extra-environmentals. They are deconditioned from the assumptions of their own culture. So they may be the Witoto shaman, but the Witoto shaman is less Witoto than any other Witoto, because the Witoto shaman operates in the context of Witoto-ness embedded in the larger reality. And so I think what we need to do when we try to revivify shamanism in our own lives is recover the profound reality of what it's doing. Sometimes I have flashes when I'm giving these talks of how different it is to be stoned than to talk about being stoned. I mean, here we sit, in our cotton underwear, just with where we came from, our schedules in front of us. The mundaneness of it is so all-pervasive. And we could be discussing Gnosticism or a political action project, but we're discussing instead something really appalling, I think. I mean, we're calmly discussing the fact that there is another world overlapping our own, and very few people will even admit the fact. So I always think, and this is my symbol of myself, to myself, I always think of a wonderful B science fiction movie I saw when I was a kid where there's a dinosaur in the swamp, and it's set somewhere in Mexico, and the typical campesino is sent by the patron of the ranch to gather firewood in the jungle. And he, of course, encounters this extremely large rubber reptile roaring around, and then comes back to the ranch and is pointing back in the woods and is completely inarticulate, trying to say, you know, a creature from the id, a beast from another dimension is rampaging around in the forest. Well, they just dismiss him as, you know, these peasants, they believe anything, you can't trust them for a moment. This is the sort of situation we're in. The extraterrestrial invasion that so many people anticipate, or the extraterrestrial contact that so many people hope for and that sells so many cheap newspapers, is well underway. It's simply that the words we have to describe it are utterly inadequate. So words like extraterrestrial invasion, contact with an intelligent species, end of history, migration into hyperspace, these are pathetic signifiers of what is actually happening to us. What is actually happening to us is pretty darn hard to wrap your mind around. We are caught in a vortex of concrescence and compression that was set in motion at least as early as the melting of the last glaciation. We are reaping the fruits of 10,000, 50,000 years of sowing of the fields of mind, and it is being dropped into our laps for us to create human-machine interfacing, control of genetic material, redefinition of social reality, re-engineering of languages, revisioning of the planetary ecology. All these things fall upon us, and for us to be worthy of it, for us to make sense of it, for us to be anything other than victimized by the 20th century, we need, I think, to reach back into time and to anchor ourselves with the transcendent mystery, which is somehow tied up with our own being, somehow present on the planet, but mostly a large list of unanswered questions. We don't know what is going on this planet. We don't know why there is life here, whether it's an accident, somebody's plan. We don't know why intelligence is here. Again, accident, plan, if plan, whose plan, if plan, for what, if plan, where are we in the plan? I mean, we all tend, when we abandon ourselves to cultural values, to focus in so tightly that we lose the big picture. And if psychedelics are anything, they are a zoom lens back to the broadest possible point of view. Well, why don't we stop there and take just a 10-minute break or something, and then we'll come back and do dialogue on this. So why don't we use the rest of this morning to see if we're getting oriented right and to just discuss any questions you have or anything that comes up for you out of this so far. Does anybody have anything? Yeah.
I was curious about what you were talking about with extraterrestrials and not having the appropriate language to really discuss it, and like your view of what's going on, and can you put it in words so that we can understand?
Well, it changes for me all the time. I mean, I don't have a point of view, and my primary job is not public speaking or writing, but exploring. When I first started taking mushrooms and throughout the 70s, when we wrote the Mushroom Grower's Guide, I held several opinions, but my most strongly held opinion was it actually is an extraterrestrial. Just no shit, flat out, it is an extraterrestrial. And what's surprising to me is that a single mushroom trip of a certain sort could probably put me right back there again. Getting it worked down to Gaia or the overmind of the species is a kind of process of coming down from the real assimilatable context of the experience. It's like an extraterrestrial. I would certainly say this. If extraterrestrials appeared over Washington and Moscow tomorrow, it wouldn't make this any less mysterious or puzzling. In fact, the extraterrestrials might turn out to be mundane. This is not. How it speaks, this is the most astonishing thing for me to get used to. The visual hallucinations, somehow I can work it around that these are floods of imagery set off from deep structures of the brain and dumping of memory banks, but that it can just address you in real time and say, Terence, and then proceed to blow my mind. And now several things may be happening here. The only time when we have the experience of focusing on an incoming message, decoding it in real time, and responding to it immediately is when we have a conversation with someone. So if you find yourself responding to a message in real time, your brain automatically thinks you're having a conversation, saying, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it must be a duck. So here I am listening and responding to someone speaking to me in English. Therefore, this must be a conversation. There are physical arguments for viewing the mushroom as extraterrestrial. First of all, what is psilocybin? Psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy-NN-dimethyltryptamine. Of all the indole compounds in nature, only psilocybin is hydroxylated at the 4 position. Well, now, if you were to design a computer program to search Earth, to search the life forms of Earth for evidence of extraterrestrial origin, one of the things you would tell this program to do is look for unusual molecules that have no apparent cousins or relatives among other organisms. Well, here is psilocybin, phosphorylated in the 4 position. Nothing else on Earth is. A material argument for its origin outside of the terrestrial ecosystem. A slightly different argument that would see the mushroom as extraterrestrial is look at its style, for want of a better word. I mean, what is a mushroom? First of all, they reproduce by spores. Spores are the most economical biological unit imaginable. They can survive the radiation levels of interstellar space. They can survive for eons under conditions very close to those encountered in deep space. The mushroom spore falls into an ecosystem, immediately undergoes cell division, a fine thread-like network full of neurotransmitters begins to spread itself through the soil. It's very closely analogous to the neural network of a higher animal, including a human being. Now, we're accustomed to thinking that an extraterrestrial would bear the imprint of the evolutionary situation in which it came to be. In other words, if it evolved on a low-gravity planet, it will be tall and thin. If it evolved in a methane atmosphere, it will have an exotic body chemistry and so forth. But that's because we ourselves have possessed the knowledge of how DNA works for only about 40 years. It's reasonable to assume, I think, that if an intelligent species gets 1,000 years of study of DNA, that they can design themselves to be however they care to be. And in fact, if you think of the mushroom from that point of view, I think that we might choose that kind of an adaptation if we could have any form we wanted, because it's very non-invasive, very humbly insinuates itself into a situation and grows essentially on waste material in the soil. Yet when it sporulates, it can actually cross the boundary of outer space. And, great economy, great artistry, tremendous Zen-like aesthetics seem expressed in the mushroom if you view it as a designed piece of work rather than an object in the environment. And then finally, of course, the major argument for the extraterrestrial origin of the mushroom, but it's an insider argument, is the content of the experience. Number one, it says it's an extraterrestrial organism, and it has the data to back up the claim. It can show you movies of desert worlds, jungle worlds, high-pressure, high-gravity methane worlds, planets whose cores are helium-4, and worlds where you don't know whether you're inside an organism or inside some kind of piece of machinery, whether you're under the surface of a planet. I mean, literally things that our minds just stop in the presence of. So, to me, that's really the interesting thing about the mushroom, is that it can be as friendly as it needs to be, and can even reassure you with a Disney-esque burlesque of dancing flowers and pirouetting pink elephants. But once you are comfortable with it and enter the dialogue and begin to get to know it, getting to know it is an appalling experience, because you can say to it, show me a little more of who you are for yourself. And then, a veil is lifted and your jaw just drops. And then you say, show me a little more of who you... And that's enough of who you are for yourself. And you wonder, while this thing is talking to me, how engaged is the mushroom by me? Is all of its attention focused upon me when I'm talking to it, the way all of my attention is focused back on it? Or is it like a multi-user computer system? Is it able to simultaneously deal with huge numbers of organisms? What is the relationship of psilocybin to the inner life of the mushroom? Is it stoned all the time? Why is it so important that these indole compounds get lodged in the nervous system of mammals? It's almost as though it's a symbiotic relationship, that the mushroom does not truly live its life unless it is taken, unless its unique molecular component can find its way into the synapses of a self-reflecting higher animal. Well, then what are we for it? And, you can ask these questions.
It seems that it's for service, like they don't impose themselves on us. We have to approach them.
Yes, they usually, one reason I think people have had trouble confirming the animate and intelligent quality of the mushroom is you must ask. You just don't take psilocybin and sit there, because it won't do it. But if you take psilocybin and call it, in some sense, whatever that means, invoke, call, try to visualize, then it will begin to come towards you and lift these veils. And this world of zany, pun-like, hyperdimensional intelligence that is revealed is as strange as an extraterrestrial would be. This is, I guess, the final content of evidence for the extraterrestrial origin, is the fact that it just seems so different from anything one could conceive of or imagine. I mean, you cannot, in one of these volleys of hallucination, convince yourself this is only me. These are my memories, or these are distorted transforms of past experience. Because I was trained as an art historian to have an eye for stylistic difference and cohesion of a set of aesthetic canons, and it just blows my mind. I mean, there is more art locked up in these things to be viewed in a single hour than the human race has produced in 10,000 years. I mean, and art of a compelling, weird, breathtaking, awesome quality that just breathes in every pore of itself. This is the other. This is not you. Don't be deceived, my little primate friend. Yeah.
It seems like our popular culture has had inklings of that, because if you look at the movies that came out, between 1952 and 1962, so many of the sci-fi movies are about spores from outer space and planets coming down, and these are from very straight people who hadn't taken psychedelics at all. They were like tuning into what was about to come 10 or 15 years later.
Well, I think, and I'm, so far as I know, pretty alone in this opinion, that information actually, a very small percentage of information is able to tunnel backward through time. That there is a very small counterflow to the forward movement of causal efficacy. And one of the things that shamanism is about is going into that hyperdimensional place and picking up this thin signal from the future and tuning it in. This is why prophecy and seership and all of that has to do with states of ecstasy and intoxication. One way of viewing all religion and all spiritual metaphor making is as an anticipation of the future. These Western religions have this apocalyptic transformation built into them almost as a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, they believe the world is going to end because the world is going to end. And since the melting of the glaciers, people of sufficient sensitivity have heard through a vast wall of stochastic noise coming from the future the thin, reedy broadcast station of the true vision of the future. And this seems to be one of the things that you can do with these psychedelics, is tune this in. It's a cliche, and I'm sure you've heard it, that artists are society's antenna for change, that artists are supposed to be somehow more sensitive than the rest of us, and they pick up the new design forms, the evolving aesthetic canons, and then translate it into society for the rest of us. Well, that gains a little more bite if you substitute shaman for artist and realize that this may not be a metaphor. It may not be simply because they pursue bohemian lifestyles and are willing to accept poverty for a life of free thinking and so forth. That isn't what's allowing an anticipation of the future. What's happening is there truly is an anticipation of the future. And visionaries like William Blake or the author of Revelations are actually people who, by virtue of some fortuitous confluence of circumstance, space, time, and genetic constitution, are able to draw these messages out. What is startling is that apparently this is fairly ordinary in psychedelic states. That in fact, one way of thinking of psychedelics is you begin to move through time when you put them into your life. I don't mean while the trip is happening. I mean ever after. I mean, if you're living with a 1960s style mind and you have a strong psychedelic experience, you will come down with a 1970s mind, or perhaps a 2040 style mind. Mind is a temporal style. It's like clothing. This is what McLuhan understood, you see, that we dress ourselves out of the closet of ideology. And someone says, well, I'm a Cartesian. This is a specific guide, The Hallucinogenic Plants of North America by Jonathan Ott. And the interesting thing about this is that it's pretty compendious, meaning there are things discussed here that you just won't find discussed anywhere else. Probably because there are so few hallucinogenic plants in North America. This guy really had to scratch to produce a book about it. But this is useful for that. Similar but more broadly based is this book, Narcotic Plants. Terrible title, by William M. Bowden. But this book has a lot of visuals in it, and why I value this book is because he has a more liberal definition of psychoactivity than most people do. So consequently, his species lists are longer than anybody else's. So if somebody asks you about an obscure plant, is it psychedelic or not, this is where I look first, because he seems to list many things that nobody else has ever discussed. His name is spelled E-M-B-O-D-E-N, William M. Bowden. And he teaches, I think, at Riverside. I'm not sure, but some of you may know him. I don't. Then here's another one of these anthologies of writing about psychedelics, also by the same author as Flesh of the Gods, Hallucinogens and Culture, by Peter First. And again, this has articles on mushrooms, on the discovery of LSD, on ayahuasca, on cannabis and tobacco, the biochemistry of consciousness, shamanism as the religion, so forth and so on. Seems like every one of these authors then goes on to edit a book of their own favorite essays. Here's another one, Hallucinogens, Cross-Cultural Perspectives by Marlene Dobkin de Rios, who is a woman who's done a great deal of work on ayahuasca, published a book called The Visionary Vine, and I think another book called Ayahuasca Mestizo Curing in an Urban Setting. Basically a sociologist, also I think at, she's at Fullerton, Cal State Fullerton. Yes, her first name is Marlene, Marlene. Her last name is Dobkin de Rios, Dobkin space DE space RIOS. This book is published by the University of New Mexico Press. And then this is sort of the granddaddy of all of these anthologies. A very interesting book, hard to get, but fascinating. It's called The Ethnopharmacologic Search for Psychoactive Drugs. And it was the name of a conference that was given in San Francisco in 1967. And the plan at the time of the conference was to have it occur every year. But it never occurred again because, of course, everything was made illegal the next year and this faltered. But to show you how, to what degree the government was of two minds about psychedelics, it says on the frontispiece of this book, sponsored by the Pharmacology Section, Psychopharmacology Research Branch, National Institute of Mental Health, United States Public Health Service, U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. So it was published at government expense. This is, in fact, a technical publication of the National Institute of Mental Health. And wonderful bibliography, extremely interesting discussion of DMT-containing snuffs, article on the psychopharmacology of nutmeg that you just won't find anywhere else, articles on kava, more unopened mail, and an article on the history of research into psychedelic plants that goes clear back to the medieval herbalists. The title is The Ethnopharmacologic Search for Psychoactive Drugs. The last time we were in the Amazon, we christened our expedition in honor of this book, The Ethnopharmacologic Search for Cold Beer. Because there ain't any, and it becomes an obsession. I mean, when you go, it's so strange what you miss. I mean, I don't even drink beer, so what do I care? After 10 days in the jungle, all anybody could talk about was the possibility of cold beer, and it was still 4 weeks away. So then, for somebody who really is serious or technical or plotting an expedition or plotting a research project of some sort, this is really a pretty amazing book. I mean, it's dull as death because it's essentially simply listings from the herbarium sheets at the Harvard Museum Botanical Library. It was put together by Siri von Reis-Atschul, who was one of Schulte's graduate students, and along with Ara de Mar de Rosienne and Marlene Dobkin de Rios, some of the few women who have made significant contributions to this field when it was firmly in the hands of dominator male types. Anyway, this book is called Drugs and Foods from Little-Known Plants. And they're not whistling Dixie when they say little-known plants. And a typical entry reads something like this. let me see what genus we're in here. 2510, Maria Beringo, Panama, Gilbert White, collection number 71, 1938, called Sigella, claimed to be poisonous. All we know about this plant. Its folk name, its scientific name, claimed to be poisonous. Next entry, 2511, Maria Cessiflora, Honduras, collected by Junker, Dawson, and Use, collection number 5554, 1936, fruit reported edible when ripe. All we know. And you look through this, and some say hallucinogen or reported hallucinogen. But this touches foods. One of the things, it's not part of our concern here, but one of the things that's so frustrating when you do ethnobotany is to realize that people can be starving in environments where there are many food plants, but they don't utilize the food plants because they've accepted the values of a capitalist economy, and because the foods cannot be trucked to market or have a short shelf life, they're called pig food, and nobody will eat it. I mean, time and time in the tropics, I would come upon a plant that I knew to be edible and proteinaceous. Say to your informant or your guide, what's the story on this? It's food for pigs. People don't eat it. But, you know, they're buying canned, tinned tuna fish and spam from the priests at the mission. So this is a way in which people's folk lore and folk heritage is distorted. Anyway, Harvard University Press, Srivan Rai Satshul. Then book by a good friend of mine, and if any of you are interested in ayahuasca or plan on going to South America where you may encounter ayahuasca, this book, Vegetalismo, Shamanism Among the Mestizo Population of the Peruvian Amazon. And this is a lovely book. This is about the people that I spent most of my field work time with, and you just cannot read this book without coming away with a sense of the depth and complexity of the ayahuasca worldview, its healing classifications, the power allies, the admixture plants, the magical songs. It's by Luis Eduardo Luna, who I know has lectured and shown his films here at CIIS. He's an excellent person, a very good friend of mine. To my mind, probably the person doing the best anthropological work on ayahuasca in the world right now. The publisher, in case you want to try and track this down, is Almqvist, ALMQVIST, and Vilksell International, Stockholm. So it's a Swedish publisher. If any of you are just dying to have this book, order it from Lux Natura. We have 3 copies left, and this is not one of them, so don't try and buy this one from me. Well, I don't know if anybody actually wants them. Do you want them? It's a $20 item. Okay, I'll bring them, and you guys can fight over it and decide what you want to do. And then this is the last one that I was going to mention, because this could have been the title of our weekend. This is Psychedelic Drugs Reconsidered by Lester Grinspoon and James Bacalar. Lester Grinspoon managed to find his way into Herb Cain as a name freak when he published a monograph on the dangers of excessive cocaine use. Truth. Grinspoon and James Bacalar, also of Harvard. And basically, this is a very reasoned presentation of why psychedelics should be reconsidered for therapy, the case for them, the case against them, the nature of the hysteria that placed them off limits. He has also written Marijuana Reconsidered, and is a very nice person and leading the fight to decriminalize drugs for research. So that's all the books that I brought in to show you. They are, as I say, by no means all. The only resource that I would mention for the serious student of these things that I didn't bring in is nobody should try and deal with this subject without being aware of what's called the Harvard Museum Botanical Leaflets. And these are a series of leaflets that have been published since the 30s by the Peabody Museum in Boston. So write to the Boston Museum Botanical Garden, say you want a list of the leaflets, and they cost between $1 and $4 a piece, and they deal all of Schulte's papers, all kinds of very hard to recover information is available there. In the list, there are about 180 of these reprints on all aspects of all psychedelics and some non-psychedelics as well. So it's important to have this information and to have it at your fingertips. People, the compartmentalization between areas of knowledge that impinge on this always amazes me. I mean, you get psychologists who don't know what an MAO inhibitor is. You get people combining things without knowing how drug synergies work. You get people, just not informing themselves on the importance of setting, dosage, psychic predisposition, so forth and so on, all vital matters that can impinge on how an experience develops. And if you will take the time to inform yourself, you will feel much more sure of what you're doing, and that in itself can alleviate confusion and negative reactions. Well, so then I thought what I would do is sort of go around the world and talk about these things a little to give you an idea of what is available, what's on the menu, and then we'll take a little break, a very short break, and then come back and talk about it.
Can I ask one?
Sure, absolutely.
Did I hear you correctly that the liquid DMSO drinking 5 to 7 ounces a day for 5 days precipitates a psychedelic experience?
No, did I say DMSO?
That's why I was one clarification. Is it DMSO?
No, it isn't DMSO. If I said that, I didn't mean to. It's dimethylacetamide.
Oh, I thought you said sulfoxide.
I may have said sulfoxide. Dimethylacetamide. And I can show you or here, you just, while I'm raving, you just look it up in there, find it, and satisfy yourself.
Sharon?
Yeah.
Before you start, could you explain the difference between psychoactive, psychotropic, and psychedelic? Because I don't understand what they mean.
Yeah, if I can. Psychoactive means exactly what it implies, that you can detect this compound as a higher cortical experience. That's all. I mean, to my mind, a higher cortical experience is a shift of mood, depression, elation, acute hearing, sensitivity to noises. All of these things could be classed as psychoactive reactions to a compound. Psychotropic is a word that I've never been very fond of, and it sort of came in late. Psychedelic, which is a fairly maligned word, but was coined by the psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond, means simply mind manifesting. And I like that because it's phenomenologically neutral. Now, some people have tried to push the word entheogen for these things, meaning literally God-inducing. But to my mind, this carries a huge amount of ideological freight that we may not wish to buy into. I mean, maybe it's God-inducing, maybe it isn't. But psychedelic, meaning mind-manifesting, is pretty good. And then if all of these make you uncomfortable, you can just fall back on a completely phenomenological description and call them consciousness-expanding drugs. But there are drugs that I would not, for instance, I don't consider, well, I certainly don't consider alcohol a psychedelic, but clearly a psychoactive.
What about MDMA or marijuana?
Well, marijuana is one of these things that's so widely variant, both in how people react to it and how strong it can be. I would call MDMA a psychoactive drug, not a psychedelic drug. And then I use the word hallucinogen a lot. And a lot of people don't like that, even people in the field, and say, well, hallucinogen seems to imply that it's an illusion. But not, in my mind, I don't hear that. I'm fascinated by hallucinations. I mean, to me, that is the sine qua non that you're getting somewhere. I guess because it's just my philosophical biases. But a hallucination, it's such an extraordinary concept, isn't it? To see something which isn't there. And I don't mean to misread a surface so that you think it sticks into the room, which in fact sticks out of the room or something. I mean seeing something that is not there. And then that divides into two classes. Seeing an ordinary object, which is not there. And I think this is what most people think a hallucination is. Here is a bicycle. Is it real or not? The drug-crazied victim cannot tell. But most hallucinations are of things which can only be hallucinations, because that's what they are, you know. And so they have this aura of the unexpected and the other and the intrusive alienness. People have claimed to me that they have seen objects which are not there, which are completely ordinary. That is more typical of accounts of datura users, people who take high molecular weight tropanes, such as occur in Jimson weed and those kind of things. But my brief experimentation with that is it is what I call a deliriant rather than a psychoactive. I mean, when you take datura, you are so messed up that you literally lose all discrimination. Yeah, belladonna. You can't tell exactly where you are. You can't tell thinking about being somewhere from being there. Well, you're in no shape to undertake a spiritual quest if you're that discombobulated. So what I like are the things which do not destroy what I call core functions. In other words, there is still an evidence-gathering, observing mind left intact, and the disruption of perceptual input, if you want to put it that way, is pretty much confined to the visual cortex and then to the metaphor-forming capacity that is relating to the visual cortex. But I don't like things which confuse you, which impair judgment.
What about sativa divinorum?
Salvia divinorum. Well, that's that's an obscure one about which not much is known, although in the past year they've learned the absolute chemical characterization of the psychoactive compound, which is called salvorine alpha. More work has to be done. Anthropologists who have taken it with Indians in Oaxaca describe a very intense experience. When we grew it in Hawaii, and took it exactly the way these people said to do it, it was an experience, but it was not clear whether it was psychedelic or merely so physiologically active in such a complex way that you couldn't tell exactly what was going on. The impression, which was not mine, but Kat's and a beloved dean, they both experienced flow. They described the experiences as though you were lying in a dirty ditch with this cold fluid flowing from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet, and where this kind of cold, clammy fluid encountered energy obstructions in your body, it would wash them away. But it was a kind of vertigo with nausea, it was a complex experience, but it was not largely mental. It was more a revisioning of the body image. And, this is another one of these things where no research has been done. It isn't illegal, salvia divinorum, but you're not going to do your career any good to get tangled up with this. So consequently, it's pretty much left alone. Salvorine alpha is extremely unstable and breaks down within 12 hours. So that indicates it's probably a polyhydric alcohol or an isoquinone or something like that. It's not an indole. Yeah.
I was curious, and Watson talks about entheogens versus hallucinogens, and he's really against the word hallucinogen.
Yeah, he's the one who proposed entheogen.
Entheogen, right. And so, because his theory was, I guess, that he thought that a hallucination was something that wasn't there completely. And he thought that the experience on the soma or the mushroom was something that you actually are experiencing, so it's not a hallucination, it's real.
Yeah, that was what he said. But if you actually look at the etymology of the word hallucination, what it's come to mean in English is a delusion. A delusion. But what it really means in the original language is to wander in the mind. That's the meaning of hallucination, to wander in the mind. Well, that's a pretty good operational description of what's happening. And then when you add in the visual component, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine how someone could undervalue hallucinations if they had had them.
Yeah, it sounds like he was reacting to the 60s hoopla a lot, the hoopla over LSD and the misreading of what these experiences really were, too.
Well, these guys were very frustrated with seeing this thing turned into a social hysteria. And Wasson, at times expressed great unhappiness with Tim Leary's approach and hated going to Mexico and seeing these mushroom villages invaded by graffiti-covered vans of filthy freaks from Southern California who were disrupting the local ecology. And it was a kind of proprietary approach. This thing belongs to anthropologists, to specialists. Watson was very reticent to assess his own work. Some of you may have seen Bob Forte's interview with him in that psychedelic issue of Revision, where Forte asks him, how do you assess the historical impact of your work? And he said, I'll leave that to others to decide. He didn't want to deal with the question of the potential impact on his own society. He really looked at it as this exotic, foreign kind of thing. These guys were cautious, this first generation. Hoffman, Wasson, Schultes. These guys are not stoners by any means. Their approach is cautious, and the psychedelic experiences can be counted on the fingers of one hand in a lifetime. So I'm not sure they ever realized the size of the tiger whose tail they had seized. Yeah.
The DMT and the frog, whatever it is, how is that extracted? How that frog slime or whatever it is.
Toad.
Yeah, right. Okay, now I want to know about that.
Well, I haven't had the good fortune to be present at the milking, so I really couldn't say. But as I gather, you put pressure on the back of the neck in two places, and this exudate emerges. Exactly where, I'm not sure, and probably decency should scarcely inquire. And then it's dried on sheets of glass and scraped up and packaged and so forth. Well, let me start through this and give you a notion of what is available. Whenever you talk about the distribution and cultural usage of hallucinogens, the first thing that you come up against is a curious, unsolved problem in botany, which is no one knows why this is, and we would be grateful if somebody could figure it out. But for unknown reasons, there is a tremendous concentration of psychoactive plants on the South American continent. The South American continent has more known hallucinogens than the rest of the planet combined. Now, why is this? After all, the climax tropical rainforests of eastern Indonesia are at least as species-rich as the Amazon basin, and yet not a single powerful hallucinogen is known with certainty from the old world tropics. All kinds of suggestions have been made that actually there are psychedelic plants common throughout the tropics of the old world, but the cultures have lost contact with them and forgotten them, and hence our anthropologists have not discovered them. Or something in the soil of South America. Very improbable theory. I was talking about this once in a workshop, and somebody raised their hand and said, well, no problem. Obviously, that's where the spaceships landed. Good. Well, we've solved that problem. Now we can move on. North America is extraordinarily poor in hallucinogens, perhaps the poorest of all continents, so that the psychedelic phobia that Europe created against paganism was completely reinforced, or at least not eroded, by the colonization of the New World or of North America, because there were no plants here to challenge that. The North American Indians tend to ordeal as a shamanic vehicle, the Sundance thing, some of you may be familiar with, or sonic driving, which is worldwide in shamanically oriented cultures without drugs. You should know that not everyone agrees with me that psychedelics are the sine qua non of shamanism. That's what Wasson thought, that you don't have shamanism unless you have psychedelics. If you have people calling themselves shamans and not using psychedelics, then they are cut off from the older level of tradition, and through ritual, drumming, ordeals, starvation, flagellation, they are creating near psychedelic or pseudo-psychedelic states. Now, a brilliant and respected commentator on comparative religion like Mircea Eliade, who I quote whenever it suits my purpose, totally disagreed with this and said no, what he called narcotic shamanism, which means psychedelic shamanism, the choice of the word tells you that the guy had a problem. Narcotic shamanism is decadent shamanism, and the flagellation, the starvation, the ordeals, and the drumming, that's the real shamanism. And it's only when the tradition is abandoned and decadent that a culture will turn to drugs. I maintain this is nothing more than he was a Romanian who became an academic in Paris. I maintain that this is nothing more than his Western cultural bias operating. Also in his youth, he was pretty infatuated with yoga. They will insist to you, that drugs are an inferior path. However, any of you who are scholars of yoga, should know that all yoga is based on the Yogic Sutras of Patanjali, 2nd century BC Hindu Vedic commentator. And Patanjali specifically says there are 3 paths to the goal of yoga, and they are control of the breath, control of posture, and light-filled herbs. Says it right there, stanza 6 of the Yogic Sutra of Patanjali. It's never discussed again, basically, in the entire exegesis of the yogic literature. The 3rd path is never mentioned. Well, is that because it's a secret tradition or what? I don't know. When you go to India seeking these yogins, practicing these higher yogas, what you find are a bunch of guys smoking as much charas as they possibly can. And the notion that you could do it without that, it just gets a long laugh from everybody down around the burning ghats. I mean, they deal with it on a practical level. Okay, moving out of drug-impoverished North America, or psychedelic-impoverished North America, where there are more than 20 species of indigenous psilocybin-containing mushrooms, but, and this is interesting, no evidence whatsoever for tribal or traditional usage. In other words, in this Northwest Coast Indian complex, the Shimsham, Tlingit, Nootka group, no reason to believe, other than our own predilection for romantic fantasy, that these people were using mushrooms in pre-contact times, and yet the mushrooms were there. The complex that we're most familiar with as a North American hallucinogen is in the southwest of the United States, peyote, Lophophora williamsi, the peyote cactus. Now, the interesting thing here is we cannot find archaeological evidence of peyote use that is particularly ancient. Peyote use in the Southwest appears to be less than 500 years old. Before that, what we find in Indian graves of the Tarahumara and so forth are the seeds of Sephora secundifolia. Sephora secundifolia is a highly poisonous legume that contains cysteine. This is an example of what we call not a psychedelic, but an ordeal poison. Now, in certain parts of the world, this approach to spiritual growth has been taken, most notably on the island of Madagascar, off the coast of eastern Africa. What is an ordeal poison? This is a plant where you take it and you are so convinced that you're dying that you have an experience of self-abandonment, getting straight, surrender, and then you live. And you're fine. You know, but you are absolutely convinced that you're dying. Your heart pounds or fibrillates, or you convulse, or you fall into deep coma, or you have tetanus in the limbs, whatever it is, and then you recover. Well, anybody can tell you this is a kind of psychedelic experience because you're so damn glad you lived that you see everything in a new light. You can be kind to your children and love your wife and tolerate your relatives. And people say, well, it made a new man out of him. Well, yes, because he came so close to dying that he shed neurotic behavior patterns. But this is not a true psychedelic. So what we're assuming is that about 500 or 1,000 years ago, sometime in that span, the Sephora cult was replaced by the peyote cult, which came from a much smaller usage area. Then also in Southern California, there were what were called the Tolach religions, religions of datura, intoxication, initiation of young men by intoxicating them with datura and leaving them in the wilderness to fend for themselves. Again, this comes close to being an ordeal poison, although it also has psychoactive properties, but so confusing, such a deliriant, that it bears no relationship to the true hallucinogens, which, with the exception of mescaline, I believe all fall into the category of the indoles. Now, mescaline is not an indole, it's an amphetamine, closely related to MDA and MDMA, but it is a true hallucinogen at fairly high doses. The indoles, which are this structurally related small family, they seem to me to be the true visionary extatogens. And I will mention as I go through the list which ones are indoles and which ones are not.
You mean which ones are amphetamines?
Well, no, the only one which is an amphetamine is mescaline, so we needn't...
So you have indole and non-indole.
Indole and non-indole. A kind of parallel phenomenon to the peyote cult of the Southwest is in the deserts of northwestern Peru. There are very large columnar cacti in the genus Trichoceras that contain mescaline. And they have been used for a long time, a lot longer than peyote. We have mocha ceramic dated to before 1000 BC, which show, in fact, doesn't somebody wearing, yes, this gentleman has the T-shirt. This is a Peruvian design. Point out the, yes, that's the chunk of San Pedro being held by this dwarf-like little demon. This is a fang demon, mocha design, 1,500 years old. Now, in central Mexico, we come upon the first of these large centers of hallucinogenic use in the cultural area in which the Olmec arose, were subsequently succeeded by the Maya, who were subsequently subjugated by the Toltecs. And the plants that were in use in those situations fall into two pretty well-defined categories. First of all, psilocybin-containing mushrooms of several species, and second of all, morning glories of at least two types, convolvulaceae, which contain LSD-like alkaloids active in the milligram range that are highly visionary. And there's considerable evidence in the Codex Vindobonensis and in some of the Mayan ceramics that this was a culture that made a very important place for hallucinogens, and that it was the privilege of the priestly class, and that their obsession with calendrics and astronomy and this sort of thing was also somehow intimately connected to their interest in the psilocybin mushrooms. And again, one of these botanical puzzles, here is a cluster of 10 or 15 species in central Mexico of mushrooms, and a culture builds itself around them. A similar cluster of species on the northwest coast, the culture seems to totally ignore it and have no use for it. And nowhere else on Earth are there clusters of species of psilocybin mushrooms with a long history of use. Naturally, the export of cattle throughout the warm tropics has allowed the coprophytic mushrooms, the mushrooms which grow on manure, to be spread throughout the warm tropics. And then in places like England and France, you get the occurrence of the diminutive psilocybin mushrooms, Lanceata. But again, only the most unconvincing evidence of traditional use. I mean, I am Irish, Celtic. I would love to have somebody come up with a bunch of evidence that ancient Celtic and Druidic art and magic was somehow related to mushrooms. But to date, the efforts have been unconvincing to any skeptic. It may still be there. Perhaps in heraldic devices, someone should go back and study the escutcheons of the families of medieval Europe. And you do find, for instance, the Morel family, Morelli, noble Italian family, mushrooms on the family coat of arms, and other families in France whose names escape me.
Elise
Agar. Yeah, although that is a coincidence, not
well, I mean,
historical.
yeah, but still, that name.
Will the Sergeant at Arms. Okay, so, let me say something a little bit more about the morning glory complex, because it's very interesting. LSD, discovered by Albert Hofmann in 1937 and so forth, comes from ergot, comes from an organism called claviceps, or Claviceps paspali, which is a smut which grows on ergot, a humbler organism. You could hardly imagine. I mean, this is basically yuck, is how you would describe this organism if you were to come upon it. It looks like a mistake, because it's just an amorphous, slimy black mess growing on certain cereal grains. And one of the fascinating questions to these chemists, once they discover a new compound, is to try and figure out, does it occur anywhere else in nature? Some plants, some fish, some something, and then they, you can form theories and judgments about evolutionary relationships. So Albert Hofmann, the discoverer of LSD, was amazed when carrying out analytical work for Gordon Wasson on magic morning glory seeds that had been sent to Wasson from Schultes. He discovered the same compounds, or very closely related compounds, as he had synthesized to make LSD. I'm going to slightly jump around here now and say that in India, there are 13 species of morning glories in a different family, not in the family Ipomoea or the family Turbina, which are the Mexican families, but in the family Argyrea of morning glories, which contain these ergonomine-like compounds. And this is the Hawaiian baby woodrose. Again, the interesting thing is there is no evidence that ancient India, with its obsession for altered states of consciousness, ever utilized any of these Asian morning glories. So this would be something somebody would want to look at. Did you want to say something?
Just that probably you would never be able to get any hardcore data on the use of mushrooms in barbarian times, but I was delighted to note in the midst of Avalon, when Morgane was supposedly banished, one of the little fairies from Avalon left her some mushrooms to accompany her on some of her journeys. I don't know if you remember that part.
I remember that part.
Yeah, and I went, whoa!
Well, Marion Zimmer Bradley lives in the hills of Berkeley. We can assume she's fully installed and hooked into the myths of the counterculture. But it would be great. Someone told me that they went to the island of Iona, I think it is, which is where the Book of Kells was supposedly composed. And they said there were mushrooms everywhere, that it was just to be there is to be inescapably confronted with mushrooms, and yet this doesn't, no tradition, no mention. Yeah, off the coast of England. It's where St. Columba came. St. Columba came and reintroduced Christianity into England in the 900s. Christianity had died out in England. It was only in the advanced Celtic civilizations on the fringes of the British landmass that the Christian tradition was preserved.
The other connection, this may fascinate you or not, but the misinterpretation and deterioration of the etymology of hallucinogen into its delusional semantic meaning, kind of catalyzed in my brain how mythology has de-evolved into a lie. And if you look up the original meaning of mythology, it means the mutterings of eternity.
That's a great meaning. Yeah, the mutterings of eternity.
Mythos and the whole thing with Avalon being sort of that place between the world that one went to, the mystical part, and then Glastonbury, sort of the other place where all this Christianity existed. And when I was in a mushroom experience one time in a circle and said I was a recovering Catholic, trying to evolve myself and find out what my mind was all about. And this one man, shaman student from down in the Amazon, he said, well, you know, if you eat these mushrooms, you're going to be excommunicated because the Christians will tell you that once you eat the mushrooms, you're doomed forever to hell and Satan and the devils. Well, I said, bullshit. You gotta be kidding. But I mean, where would that come from? Maybe the Christian control looked at these people and said, look, you know, you just like paganism and everything, and just like wipe out their connection with the other world.
Well, it's very interesting that when the Jesuits arrived in Mexico and talked to the Indians and found them eating these mushrooms, they said, you know, what do you call it? And they said, we call it Tianonacatl. Well, when they got their lexicons out and got that piece together, what Tianonacatl means is flesh of the gods. Well, the center of the Catholic mystery is the Eucharist, a sacrificial meal where a small wheaten wafer is believed to be transubstantiated into the body and blood of the Son of God. So then, to place the psychic experience which follows upon a good Holy Communion next to the psychic experience which follows on a good dose of mushrooms, clearly these guys said, you know, this is competition we don't need. We're going to wipe this out. And it is interesting. I mean, think about this for a moment. We grow so inured to these religious forms. Think about the notion of instituting at the center of your religion a rite where you eat your God. And that is what is happening in Christianity. It suggests that this sacrificial meal idea, which can be traced back to even to pre-exilic traditions in Judaism, is probably a memory of a relationship to some kind of psychedelic experience of some sort. Okay, well, let me continue my survey.
I have a wonderful modern-day story of how the cultural experience of using hallucinogenics can go under that. I lived in the Finhorn community for a few years. And in the early 70s, mushrooms are not illegal in Scotland. I don't think they are still, but they weren't in the early 70s. And in like 1969, 1970, a lot of people started coming to Finhorn, and people regularly ate mushrooms. And between 1970 and 1973, it was arguably the most creative time at Finhorn. And books and music was being done, and the community was being built, and performing arts, and everything. And by 1974, 1975, it was no longer acceptable. And they were trying to just be a very proper state community, totally in line with the Christian Scottish environment around it, even though they still weren't illegal in Scotland. Of course, nobody does mushrooms in northern Scotland. But and it's interesting, when I arrived at Finhorn in the early 80s, people had even forgotten that tradition had existed. And one person, though, you know, when I was looking at the old ones, I said, how come people are so much happier back then? They look like they're smiling in these old pictures. Oh, well, everybody was on mushrooms then. This was a man who had lived during that time. He says that, you know, that gradually died out. But it was interesting because he did them for years and years. And at the point that I talked to him, he as well felt like it was not proper spiritual growth and development to be using mushrooms.
Yeah, well, I think institutions will inevitably substitute a rite or a ritual for the authentic, for the real McCoy, because then priests can control the pipeline to God, and the parishioner can approach with offerings. And but you know, if everybody can have a pipeline to deity, well, then the whole priest scam is put out of business. Done what?
Precisely what you described.
Suppressing?
No, substituted essentially a ritual, i.e. meditation or some kind of trip, for the experience, and then empowered the priest, i.e. kind of Buddhist masters. In other words, has that process that you're describing in Christianity, which I buy,
happened in Buddhism?
Yeah, in your opinion.
Well, Buddhism is a heresy on Hinduism. It was Hinduism that did the dirty work for Buddhism. By the time Buddha came along, it was all priestcraft was an ancient tradition in India. But as I'm sure many of you know, the Rig Vedas, which are these tremendous outpourings of poetry that these Indo-Aryan people created as they came out of Central Asia and into India, the Rig Vedas are entirely devoted to the praise of a mysterious plant, Soma. The 9th mandala of the Rig Veda says Soma is greater than Indra, Soma is greater than Vishnu, and it just lists the entire pantheon. It says Soma is greater than all of these things. By the time Buddhism is getting rolling, Soma is a suppressed ancient tradition, and the Soma sacrifice, which is still being done, is being done with inert materials. If you want to read on this, why read Watson's book on Soma, and notice how it traces back to Haoma, which is a yet older strata of religious ritual practice that was Zoroastrian and Iranian in origin. And it's very clear, that what we're talking about here is an intensely psychoactive plant, and there's great argument about what it was. Buddhism, because of the long historical record in the East, arises entirely within the historical context. So the suppression of the plant connection was in the earlier stratum of Hinduism. Okay, we discussed the Central Mexican complex. It has minor components, such as were mentioned here, Salvia divinorum, and there are others not chemically well understood, but also not widely or regularly used. But then as you pass down across the Darien Gap and into South America proper, there is just an explosion of available psychoactives. Not only the tropane complex of the Daturas, which now re-emerge in the subgenus Brugmansia, the arboreal Daturas, which we see around town as these ornamentals with the huge pendulous hanging white flowers. All of those tree Daturas, some with yellow, some with orange, some with red, some with white, some with purple flowers, originated in a very constrained area in the Andes and have been used for shamanic purposes for a long, long time. Also, coca is endemic to that part of South America, occurs nowhere else in the world naturally. But more interesting from my point of view are the tremendous proliferation of DMT cults and options based around two pharmacological approaches. One, you orally ingest DMT at the same time as you orally ingest an MAO inhibitor. MAO is monoamine oxidase. This is the enzyme system that oxidizes monoamines. That means makes them harmless. Monoamines are this whole family of drugs we're talking about, and many other things as well. But if you don't have any monoamine oxidase in your body, then monoamines in your body just stick around because the machinery to degrade them is inoperable. So there are what are called MAO inhibitors. This means you take this compound and it causes the monoamine oxidase in your body to be bound. It can no longer do its work. DMT ordinarily would be destroyed in the gut, in the intestine, the upper GI tract. But if you inhibit all the MAO in the upper GI tract, then the DMT is conveyed into the bloodstream, can cross the blood-brain barrier and initiate a psychedelic experience. So this is the strategy of ayahuasca, also called yahe. North of the Caquetá, it's called yahe. South of the Caquetá, it's named in the Quechua language ayahuasca. Now this is a really fascinating thing for many reasons. First of all, this begins to look like the world's first truly designer drug. Because notice what's happening here. All these other things I've been talking about, peyote, mushrooms, datura, cannabis, what have you, are single plants that require very little preparation. Basically, find it, eat it. That's the way you prepare it. Ayahuasca is very different. It's composed of two plants, neither of which is active except in combination with the other. So somebody figured this out. Well, this may not sound like such an accomplishment until you stand in the Amazon basin and look around you and realize we're talking 50,000 species per square mile. And, 50 million square miles. So how did anybody ever figure out that you take the leaves of the little bush and the bark of the woody vine and combine them in these proportions and boil them and concentrate it, and then you have this fantastic psychedelic drug? The only way that I can imagine is somebody told them. And my experience is that these plants talk, that this does not make sense to the rational and discerning mind. But nevertheless, it is possible for one plant to lead you on to another. A perfect example of this is actually in the chemical literature. Melvin Bristol was a student of Schultes in the late 60s, and he specialized in the Brugmansias, the arboreal daturas, and he went to the valley of the Sibundoy, and there they actually add the datura to the ayahuasca. And he took this ayahuasca, and while he was on it, the ayahuasca entity showed him a plant. He kept seeing this plant, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. And the next day, after they came down from the trip, he was collecting in the forest with Indians, and he came upon the plant, the exact plant that he had seen in his vision. Well, he thought that was pretty strange. So he made extensive collections of this plant, took it back to Harvard, analyzed it, and it was, in fact, psychoactive, did contain psychoactive alkaloids. So, see, it's that we're tiptoeing over the surface of some kind of mystery. We maybe can bring ourselves to accept that a voice could speak on mushrooms telling you that you should be kinder to your children or love your mother or not be so hard on yourself. But it's a real leap for us to believe that a plant could tell you, you know that plant over there? Analyze that sucker. And, in other words, real information, not information subject to personal interpretation. The whole of the Amazonian narcotic complex, as it's called in the old literature, is based on activation of DMT by one strategy or another. Either drinking this ghastly beverage, as the literature calls it, the psychedelic beverage, ayahuasca, drinking this beverage, or as you go east into the lowlands, the ayahuasca complex is replaced by what's called the snuff complex. And it is based around a number of species of myristicaceous trees. The myristicaceae is the same family as nutmeg occurs in, though nutmeg is an old world member of the genus. But several members of the myristicaceae contain DMT in the inner bark exudate. And these Indians take the you go out before dawn, before the first rays of sunlight strike the tree, because when that happens, this resin retracts. So before dawn, and they then strip the bark from the cold side of the tree, and they actually put their hands on both sides and determine the coolest side of the tree. Then they strip these long strips of bark back. Then you take them back to the village, build a fire and let it burn to coals, and then spread the coals out. Lay these long strips of bark on the coals with the wounded side up, the clean inner side up, and this orange resin will be forced out of the bark and onto the surface. And then you can go along with a scraper of some sort, gather the stuff up, put it in a pot, cook it down, grind that in a mortar and pestle, and then you have a dandy paralytic arrow poison, which can also be honked up as an outlandish hallucinogenic snuff. And there are many stories of these Yanomamo and Waika people going out on the hunt and honking up their supply of drug and just getting their poison arrows out and scraping off the points so the guys can get a buzz on and won't have to go back to the village. Well, it's a very interesting complex. It hasn't been very much researched by Westerners, and the reason is easy to figure out why. Here's how you take this stuff. You get with your buddy, and you have a bamboo tube. Maybe some of you remember this from the Emerald Forest. You have a bamboo tube about this long. You pack about this much of it with this ground bark exudate. And then you hunker down in front of your friend, put the thing with the loaded end into your nostril. Your friend takes a huge inhalation of air and then blasts on the end of this thing and just drives this stuff up into your sinus cavities. Well, everything goes violet. You scream, you salivate outlandishly, you fall over backwards, and by the time you've gotten yourself together, your friend has repacked the other side and is ready to give you that. And then you do that. It goes purple again, you scream, you salivate, you fall over, and then people usually say something like, "Good." Or far out, right.
Hell with that Holy Communion crap.
And then you see, I'm sure you guys have seen Napoleon Chagnon did a film and Juan Downey did a film. This is great filmic material because in these Waika villages, this has actually become, I wouldn't want to say a drug of abuse, but it certainly is a recreational drug. Not only the shamans are doing this, but people just are doing it. And you just see people leaning against walls with a line of saliva coming out of their mouth. And people just say, "Oh, he's doing the Epina." Oh, okay. And, people in various attitudes of consciousness and unconsciousness. And coca, of course. And which there's not a whole lot to say about coca. It's an interesting example of a psychoactive, non-psychedelic. The minute you hit the Amazon forest, they are so concerned that you've been misinformed about coca. They say, not a drug. This is not a drug. This is a food. This is a good food. This food makes us healthy. And there is some evidence that this is true, that cocaine bears very little resemblance to coca. Coca is not a spectacular experience. What I found was the way coca works is you've been sitting with these people for hours and they're talking in Witoto or some language that you have no hope of understanding. You're just about ready to excuse yourself and go to your hammock, and they drag out the coca, and the way you do it, and this is another thing, people miss the point in South America because they have no idea how much you're supposed to do. Imagine taking a tablespoon and going into a jar or a sack of flour and getting as much flour as you possibly could on a tablespoon. I mean a high-walled tablespoon, you know. So you get like that much coca. You bring it to your mouth. You put it in. It's dry as dust. And the trick is to slime it over and get it into your cheek and hold it there, all without a break in your conversational flow. And, you know, for a honky, the main effort is not to strangle and disgrace yourself in this scene, because it's usually no women. You're in the longhouse with the men, and these guys are, you know, the authentic, bare-ass, scarified folks, and you're trying to fit in and choking to death on this wad of coca. Well, then it dribbles down your throat, and suddenly, these people don't seem so bad. This place doesn't seem so filthy, and you don't seem so tired, and maybe you can make out what they're saying, and in fact, maybe you'll just try out a little of what you've picked up on, and, you know, before you know it, you're the life of the party. And then, about 20 minutes later, you think, well, maybe now I'll knock off, and then like clockwork, they reach for the tin can again and send it around, and they will do this until it's all gone. Now let's see, which way shall we go? Let's jump across the water now to Africa. I talked a little about Iboga, fascinating cult, very, very similar to ayahuasca in the social patterns that have arisen around it. The way ayahuasca is taken in the Amazon, in the mestizo populations that Luna is talking about, is people get together on Saturday nights in windowless sheds to about 1/3 to have the trip, about 1/3 because they have something physically or psychologically wrong with them that they want help from the shaman with, and about 1/3 who are wannabes or just hanging in for the social occasion. And in Zaire and Gabon, where the Iboga cult is operating, this same pattern exists. And these things, ayahuasca and Iboga in Africa, are the major forces resisting conversion to Christianity. I mean, they really are the native people's answer to the missionaries. And as such, they act as a tremendous force for social cohesion. Outside of the Iboga complex in Africa, really we only have rumors. I mean, you will meet shamans from this place and that place. They even come and have spoken in this school who claim knowledge of extremely powerful plant hallucinogens. But they won't cough up the name or the species or a sample. And until that's done, you have to be very, very skeptical that these things are real. One of the things that was so interesting to me, and I mentioned this morning about how the shamans are like scientists. We would take ayahuasca with these people and sing and cure and go through all these trips and the hallucinations and everything, and then a few 6-7 hours later, as dawn was breaking and all but the most hardcore people had gone back to their huts, the assessing of the trip would begin by everybody. And inevitably people would say, well, this was pretty good, but I remember a time in the Rio Waijaga when so-and-so made it, and it was like this and like this. And in other words, amazing dope tales. Amazing stories of other trips in other times and places and what had been achieved. So these shamans were consistently engaged in the search for the perfect high. They were not set in a cultural pattern. They were experimentalists, always on the outlook for rumors of new plants, untried combinations, so forth and so on. Returning then to the African situation, there is a complex of plants and suspect hallucinogens in southern Africa, in use among the Hottentots, Aboriginal peoples of South Africa, and in the family of the Mesembryanthemaceae, which includes the lithops, the haworthias, these little ground-growing things that look like stones, the so-called rock plants. Well, some of those contain mesembrine. Mesembrine is an alkaloid of some sort with unresearched psychoactivity, but a persistent enough rumor of its use that it should probably be checked on. Well, then when you turn to the Eurasian continent, the largest landmass on the planet, you discover what I referred to before, this surprising poverty of hallucinogenic plants. You get the belladonna complex, the tropanes. You get the opium complex. Opium poppies are native to Southeast Asia, have been used by people in Eurasia at least as far back as the ancient Scythians. I mean, we have accounts in Herodotus which make it clear. And in fact, there's a considerable amount of Greek archaeological material that shows opium diadems and opium poppies being used as ornaments by various goddesses. So it was understood that it was psychoactive, yeah.
Robert Graves makes mention in one of his books that he suggests that ambrosia, the ambrosia of the Greek gods, were actually psilocybin mushrooms. Have you ever come across another allusion to that?
Yes, well, it's an interesting question. It has to do with Eleusis, and as you probably know, Eleusis was a major prophetic mystery site in classical and ancient Greece, where every September a ceremony would be done, and the rule was you could only do it once in your life, so you never got a second shot. And everybody in the Greek world would go at some point in their life. Plato, Aeschylus, Aristotle, the whole gang, everybody had this experience. And at the center of it, something was drunk and something happened. And there's been great argument about what was it and what happened. And Wasson and Hoffman and Ruck, who's a classicist at Cornell, all wanted to argue that it was an ergotized beer. In other words, that on the Eleusinian plain, there was a kind of rye being grown which was infected with a strain of claviceps that was mild enough that it was hallucinogenic without being convulsive or causing miscarriages or something like that. Because if you just go out and gather ergot smut, claviceps purpura, and you should be very careful with it. I mean, these ergot alkaloids can send you into convulsions, some of them, and they're fairly toxic. But it's conceivable that a strain grew on the Eleusinian plain that was made into a kind of beer that was then this hallucinogenic intoxicant. But Robert Graves, who didn't have the kind of public relations machinery that Wasson had a different notion. And he claimed that the surviving recipes of the sacrament at Eleusis, and there were, I think, 4 examples of surviving recipes, all called for the same ingredients. And don't hold me to it, but I think the ingredients were barley, honey, water, and something else, hyssop maybe. And he pointed out that a recipe for beer in Greece would never specify water because you understand that water is part of beer. So he said these words were code words, and that in Greek, the first initial of these 4 words could be arranged to spell the word muco, which is mushroom. Mucus, the part of the Indo-European language family believes mushrooms are slimy. This is why the word mucus can be traced back to the word myco, mushroom, mykonos, mycenia, in fact means the land of the mushrooms. And so the role of mushrooms in generating the religions of early Greece is a completely unexplored area. It's never been fully thought through. And this is called an ogam, by the way, where you take the first letter of a list, and the first letter of the items of a list spells out a secret meaning. And it was a favorite trick of Irish bardic poets, which Graves was very much into that. But now here's a great project for somebody. We need someone to prove that you can brew a hallucinogen out of claviceps on rye. I mean, this ergotized beer rap, it's just a phrase until somebody puts the stein on the table in front of you. I mean, it would go a great distance toward trying to prove their case. Someone should go to the Eleusinian plain and see if they can still find any cereal grains growing there, and if so, can they infect them with claviceps, or is there claviceps in the area? Now, there's a problem here. I understand there's an oil refinery where the Eleusinian mysteries used to be practiced. But even in California, one could at least take a step toward understanding this, because we have in California a species of grasses called Spartina. Spartina grows, there's quite a population of it on the cliffs above the sea just north of Santa Cruz. Well, Spartina could support Claviceps purpura as an organism. So why not grow Spartina and attempt to infect it with a mild strain of ergot, which you could get from the American Type Culture Collection or something like that? See if an ergotized beer could be brewed. The absence of mushrooms in these places does not disprove the theory, because all of the Mediterranean has been drying out throughout historical times. And there are Greek vases and friezes which do show mushrooms in situations that are ambiguous as to whether or not they're being venerated or exactly what is happening. Now let me see if I've missed anything. I mentioned the Argyria complex in India. That's the Hawaiian baby wood rose. Now that's an interesting one, and I'm always on the alert for these. I'm interested in unclaimed indole complexes. In other words, why was Argyria nervosa never utilized by anybody? It's extremely powerful. You only have to take 8 or 9 seeds, and you don't have to prepare it at all. Just chew it up and swallow it. How come? No cult, no impact on the history of ideas. Well, we don't know. Those 13 species of Argyria are spread from India down through Polynesia. And it's called Hawaiian baby woodrose, but it was introduced into Hawaii 100 years ago. It has nothing to do with Hawaii. The only major complex that I didn't discuss is the cannabis complex. Now, this is one that is this is not an indole, and this is there are many anomalous things about cannabis. First of all, it's what's called a polyhydric alcohol, the only psychedelic polyhydric alcohol known to science. It's an extremely old plant. I mentioned last night the relationship of the metaphors of storytelling and weaving and language, and of course hemp is a fiber plant, and we find hemp and mass go back to as late as PPNB, pre-pottery Neolithic B. At Çatalhöyük, there are hemp mats. Well, it's very unlikely with tossing waste from weaving into fires and the oiliness of the seed and so forth, that the psychoactive properties of this thing were not discovered. Cannabis originates in Africa. Originates in Central Asia. The original species is Ruderales. and then very early in prehistory it divided into the resin race, indica, and fiber races, and then it was carried across the land bridge, presumably, into North America, and that accounts for the sativa variant and so forth. Herodotus describes, interestingly enough, marijuana was used for thousands and thousands of years before it was smoked. One of the hardest things to wrap your mind around is the notion that until Columbus discovered the New World 500 years ago, no one in Europe had ever smoked or conceived of smoking anything. It was a New World cultural practice. And if you read Columbus's diary of when he landed in the New World, he was amazed. He wrote, "The natives drink smoke." That was the only way he could imagine. He said, "What are you doing?" And then, of course, it was less than 100 years before it was a major vice of the sophisticated raconteurs of Europe. Within 100 years of the introduction of tobacco into Europe, tobacco was being buried in the graves of Lapland shamans above the Arctic Circle. So the shamanic nature of tobacco was immediately recognized, even in the European context. Herodotus describes marijuana ingestion as a process somewhat like being in a sweat lodge and then pouring hemp seeds and hemp waste onto the hot rocks and letting it mingle with the steam in this closed space and deep breathing. But nobody ever had the notion of a pipe or anything like this. And it's very interesting, for many different reasons. One is that it's a new use for the human body, less than 500 years old in European culture. At Non Nok Thaw in northern Thailand, and in other Neolithic graves, they have found long bones, arm and leg bones, with burned out centers. And they don't know whether this was a marrow extraction procedure or it was a chillum. If you know what a chillum is a ceramic tube, narrow at one end and wide at the other, and you pack it with hash and tobacco, and then you hold it and you do this to it. Well, it may be that smoking was known in Asia in Neolithic times, but somehow died out in the pre-classical period and had to be reintroduced from the New World.
Terence, you want to comment about Amanita muscaria?
Yes, good. I'm glad you reminded me. Amanita muscaria is perhaps the old world hallucinogen par excellence, at least in the opinion of Gordon Wasson and a lot of other scholars. The problem with it is it's extremely difficult to get a reliable, positive experience from it. Now, the reasons for this are complex. First of all, it's geographically variant, it's seasonally variant, and it's genetically variant. So only if you have lived in an ecosystem virtually your entire life and have inherited the accumulated knowledge from the shamanic elders of your tribe are you going to know whether you've got a good one or not. Nevertheless, Gordon Wasson tried to argue that it was the hallucinogen, the prototypic hallucinogen of prehistory that was being used by these Vedic peoples who invaded India. In fact, he thought it was soma. I think, and I had correspondence with him about it before he died, I think the soma question isn't settled, and it could well have been a coprophytic mushroom associated with the dung of cows. After all, the role of cattle in Indian religion is very central, and in fact the role of cattle in early religion generally is extremely central. I mean, you do not get goddess religion in the ancient Near East without cattle worship. cattle and goddesses seem to go very much together. And on the other hand, the Dionysian Mithraic complex is a bull cult, and it too can be traced back into time till it's just lost in remote antiquity. So yes, that's the Arctic mushroom used by Siberian shamans, and it's been made the prototypic hallucinogen because Siberian shamanism was made the prototype of all other shamanism, only because some anthropologist somewhere decided that would be a good idea. Australia is, again, singularly poor in known hallucinogens. I always say in known hallucinogens because somebody could go out into these places and come up with something brand new, something that we've overlooked. This is a great challenge for field workers. And then the other thing I want to say, and then I'll stop for today, is just a bit about this issue about synthetics. Are all psychedelics the same? Are synthetics in any way inferior or superior to naturally occurring hallucinogens? And if so, why or why not? This controversy began for me as like an aesthetic issue. I just felt better about taking plants sanctioned by thousands of years of use, but I didn't particularly feel that it was a strong distinction. But the more time I've spent with it, and the more time I've spent with Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphogenetic fields, the more I come to see that I really think there is a very large distinction between synthetic and naturally occurring drugs. Now, it's not a distinction that you're going to get a chemist to agree to, or a materialist. It is, as far as they're concerned, DMT from a plant and DMT synthesized in the laboratory are exactly the same thing. And as far as they're concerned, a synthetic hallucinogen such as, ketamine, let's give it the benefit of the doubt for a moment, ketamine, and a natural hallucinogen such as psilocybin, the differences do not reside in the fact that one is organic and one is synthetic. But I think that these plants take people as much as people take the plants. So that when you have a mushroom trip, you not only are having a mushroom trip, you are contributing to the future mushroom trips of everybody in the future who will take this thing. In other words, you make a small offering on the altar, and that henceforth becomes part of the setting of the thing. So that when you take one, it's like the notion of the Tao of the ancestors. When you take one of these ancient hallucinogens, you are locking into the morphogenetic fields of all the people who ever took it. How else are we to explain the fact that when you take morning glory seeds, you are flooded with Mayan imagery of stair-step cities and hieroglyphed balustrades and people dressed in gold and Quetzal finery and all this? Or that when you take ayahuasca, even in this culture, there is a very strong impression of the jungle, of jaguars, of rivers. These things are coded into these compounds somehow. So it seems to me it is, without talking about issues of toxicity and pharmacological uncertainty, it's the content of the naturally occurring hallucinogens is much, much richer. And then one last point that I want to make to sum up this geographical survey of what is available is to say, again, another research frontier is China. There is very little evidence of any use of hallucinogens in China, and yet there are clues. There are clues that mushrooms were understood, that other plants may have been used, the knowledge of which has been lost. And the Cultural Revolution did a pretty thorough job on wiping out this kind of traditional Taoist shamanic data. But a very simple way of focusing the problem is to say there has never been reported from China a psilocybin-containing mushroom. And yet I'll bet if a reasonably informed investigator were to go to southern China and spend no more than 2 or 3 months off the beaten path talking to country people, I'll bet you could come up with 6 psychoactive mushrooms with a history of folk usage. It's simply the question has not been asked. Well, we're going to not have a clear understanding of the historical development of Chinese thought and institutions unless we know what their relationship to the invisible world precisely was. And I think the indigenous tradition of shamanism, which became then Taoism, which became the real substratum of Chinese religion while it weathered various late grafted variants and foreign imports like Buddhism, but that native stratum of Taoistic shamanism hints very, very strongly that there were psychedelic usage of these plants in ancient China. Okay, that's it for today, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sorry to give you such a burst of information, but this will lay the basis, I hope, for tomorrow's discussion. So think about what we didn't cover, what you hope to hear that you haven't, and then tomorrow we'll try to tie up all the loose threads. Thanks very much. Sure. Okay, it looks like almost everybody is here. There was a woman yesterday who isn't here. I wonder if she was a one-dayer or if she'll show up. Do you all remember her? No one saw her but me. Yes, she sat. Yes. Oh, she will. Okay, well,
they expected to be somewhat late, though.
it is. It's always somewhat late on Sunday morning, so we'll. A couple of people expressed interest in this week that I'm doing at Esalen, so I might describe it a little bit. It's quite different from this. It's an in-depth involvement in the mathematics of the I Ching, and then a theory that I evolved out of my engagement with that has to do with the structure of time and analysis of history as a predictable phenomenon. It has no connection with psychedelics other than that the entire thing was dreamed up under the influence of psychedelics. But a standalone idea, and if I'm able to control the group, I will keep it quite far from psychedelics, except in moments of rhetorical desperation. But if you're interested in the I Ching, and don't let the word mathematics put you off. I am not a mathematician, and the best mathematicians aren't either. You simply, it's just a way of talking about it and doing analysis that was very fruitful. So that's a 5-day from the 28th of this month till the 2nd of December. And Esalen has given us the big house. And a lot of people will bring their computers. There'll be a lot of machine implementation people. It'll go from Taoist scholars to assembly language programmers. And everybody will have more of a contribution to make than they suspect at the time. So I'm not sure. It was filled, and then I think they switched it. So, because I thought it was going to be at Fritz, but I don't know. Call them and see. That's all I can say about that. Seems like there was something else. Well, hopefully you turned some of this over in your mind in the time that we've been apart. I certainly did, in the sense of trying to figure out what I had missed and whose concerns had not been met. And what I came up with was your interest in the specifics of time, place, and manner, which should certainly be covered because it's operational information. Talking about the various visionary plant complexes that we talked about yesterday, each one of these things has a style and a set of demands that it makes on its practitioners. And if you look at the ethnographic literature, you then see how the people who've used these things over millennia have come to terms with them, how they have accommodated themselves to these things. For instance, in the Iboka cult of Gabon, what is aimed for is early on in the involvement with the plant, a massive dose is taken, and they say it splits your head open, and you never have to take very much again, because somehow a creode or a predilection has been created, and then you are initiated into this. When you read the ethnographic literature, it's hard to believe how much they say they are taking. I mean, there's a saying in Gabon, Bawiti, which is what they call Iboga. Bawiti begins at 60, and that means 60 grams. Well, even allowing for the fact that they're using fresh root, and you might get a collapse rate of close to 50 or 75%, that still means they're saying Bawiti begins at 15 to 20 grams, which from my own experience with this stuff, I can tell you, is not even a conceivable place to begin. That's not a strong hit. That's an impossible hit. So the mushrooms, and you have to know, pharmacologically speaking, the window of effective activity. Every drug, every compound has a profile which you can imagine as a linear spectrum. Below a certain amount, it's undetectable. Above that amount, it becomes detectable first as this CNS arousal that I mentioned yesterday, and then as a full-blown psychedelic experience, and then at higher doses it begins to have toxic effects. All drugs are toxins. And people often make the mistake of thinking that if you have a toxic substance and you take half of it, then it's not toxic, because there is no you don't register its effects. But of course, everything is incrementally toxic. Now, some things are very safe, have a great range of effectiveness, well below the range where any toxicity begins to set in. Other compounds are active as psychedelics at a level just slightly below the level where you're going to begin to have toxic effects. So you want to know what the profile is of the particular substance that you're thinking of taking. In pharmacology, one of the parameters that they establish is what's called an LD50, which is a fairly unpleasant concept, which you should nevertheless be informed of. LD50 means lethal dose 50. This means we have 100 mice, and we give them an unknown drug. At the point where half of them die, that is the LD50 dose of that compound. And there's an LD100, an LD10, and so forth. What you want is for the LD50 to be tremendously high relative to the effective dose. Now, the perfect or model compound in that case is, of course, LSD. LSD is active at the 25 microgram range, 25 gamma. A microgram is a millionth of a gram. It's well below a smidgen. Now, the LD50 for lysergic acid has never been determined. Do you agree?
Yeah.
It's never been found how much it takes to kill half of the test animals. So that makes it a tremendously safe drug if mortality is the only concern. But of course, I think what most psychedelic trippers eventually realize is mortality is rarely at risk in psychedelic experiences. What's at risk is sanity. And, being nuts is not as bad as being dead, but nevertheless, it can spoil your entire day. So, and it's very reassuring, having taken a compound like psilocybin and to have become totally convinced that you are dying, to just remind yourself that the LD50 is 200 times more than you took, and therefore it's impossible, and you merely have to discipline the hind brain and take control of your fear, and then you will be all right.
I wish somebody would have told me that.
and you're a pharmacologist.
But when you're in it, you really think you're dying.
When you're in it and you think you're dying, you weren't able to say to yourself,
yeah, I did.
Now see here, no one has ever died at this dose level, and well, it is a question.
You start imagining that perhaps there was something in there that wasn't just psilocybin.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Or your heart can't bear it. I thought I had tachycardia, and I thought my heart was going to explode.
Pound right out of your chest. That you make a point which I want to elaborate on. We've talked so much about hallucination here, and always because of my particular bent, which I have unconsciously transferred to you, we're talking about visual hallucinations. But all psychedelic explorers should be aware of the concept of what is called a cognitive hallucination. This is a much more insidious phenomenon. This is quite simply an out-and-out delusion. The commonest form of cognitive hallucination goes like this. You take mushrooms, an hour and 20 minutes into it, it's getting mighty, mighty strange. And this is especially a problem with first-timers. And you realize, with the force of revelation, that you didn't take psilocybin. You took a poisonous mushroom, and now you are going to die. This is an out-and-out cognitive hallucination, which is as real as a belief. But it's not a disturbance in the visual field, it's a disturbance in the cognitive machinery. A story, a friend of mine had never taken mushrooms and was very concerned about how to do it, and said, and got the instructions from me: silent darkness, quiet room, stay sitting, and took them in his room in silent darkness, and at about the hour and a half point realized with a demonic chuckle that I had been kidding. I had been putting him on, and actually had told him to stay in his room because we were preparing a surprise party for him at the bar 2 blocks down the street. And chuckling to himself with this realization, he showered, dressed, and went down to the bar 2 blocks down the street, pushed open the door and said, "I'm here." And the guy behind the bar said, "Oh, really?" Well, the trip got wilder from there, because in the wake of disconfirmation of one of these cognitive hallucinations, people tend to become confused, paranoid, and upset. So you have to continuously track your mental processes, and it's really good to stick with whatever rules that you've laid down for yourself. I actually apply this technique in my own life. If I get to the place where I cannot understand what is happening, I try to think back to the last moment when I did understand what was happening, and then do what I said I was going to do then, having given up on understanding it in the moment. The practical fallout from this in terms of psychedelic research is what we call the chain to a tree technique, which is where you just chain yourself to a tree, and providing you don't hang yourself with the chain, this cuts down the possibility of doing something peculiar. Psychedelics this doesn't tend to be a problem, but for instance with Datura, the best intended and most together people lose it completely and then come back into it 12 or 24 hours later to just survey the swath of wreckage that they have cut through their own and other people's lives. I had a friend years ago, a very diminutive, attractive woman who took Datura with a couple of boyfriends, waited hours and hours, nothing happened. They finally decided to go to their homes. She walked them down the stairs, said goodbye to them at the top of the stairs. It actually happened in the Haight. And that was the last thing she remembered until she came to on the 6th floor of the federal building in the San Francisco County Jail, and the charge was assault on the arresting officer, and the evidence was the officer's thumb, which had been bitten off. So she was, an Antioch PhD in medieval literature. So it happens to the best of us. Yeah.
Can't you eliminate a lot of that cognitive uncertainty by having somebody with you when you do this straight?
Yeah, you can. The ideal situation, and always I'm only speaking from my own experience, and I may have an odd take on it because God knows I'm odd, but to my mind, the ideal situation is to have the sitter 2 rooms away and you have a doorbell or the equivalent. Because if the sitter is with you, you start to analyze the sitter. And as someone once said to me in India, face is index of mind. And the sitter can just become an existential galaxy of possibilities, because you can read their history, their intent, their most secret thoughts, your belief in what is their most secret thoughts. People are concrescences of ambiguity that you don't want to get too tangled up with in that state unless you really are ready for the trip to take that particular direction. I don't know if it was in this workshop or the other night that I mentioned, I recall a trip I took with this English guy, and it took me 2 weeks to get his voice out of my head. It just became like this accompaniment to consciousness, this stream of sort of understated English upper-class gibberish on all subjects, and I finally, it retracted. That's called becoming a victim of the transference. All psychotherapists are aware of this. The transference is when you get dragged into the other person's system of values or delusion. There's even a name for this in clinical psychology. It's called allophrenia. Allophrenia is schizophrenic behavior on the part of normal people in the presence of schizophrenics. And this is a real problem. Your friend is put in the place. You go to see your friend to cheer them up. And your friend is not violently insane, but saying strange things, behaving in strange ways. And you, in an effort to relate to them, begin saying strange things and behaving in strange ways, and before you know it, the resident has to break in and escort you to the elevator because you're causing a problem in the ward. The transference is this phenomenon happening among people who are more or less psychologically healthy, but still, it can be very disrupting. I think the sitter should be there only if there's a 3-dimensional emergency. And the sitter, the notion, I like the word sitter because it's operational. It tells what you should do. And guide is not such a pleasing word. This implies control, prior knowledge, hierarchy, so forth and so on. The best guide sitter I ever knew was a wonderful old guy. He's dead now, but I'm not yet ready to say his name in public. I'm sure some of you know him. But his style was, he read these paperback trash novels, and he would just sit down with somebody, give them the stuff, and every once in a while they would fight their way out of this ocean of hallucination to deliver some insight, and he would just put down his book and turn to them and say, "That's nice, now go back to the music." Pick up his book, and this guy could get 600 pages in a situation where he was nominally in charge of a dozen people who were tripping. So non-intervention, I think, and then there's the question of doing it with another person, and then the question is it going, meaning that the other person is going to be stoned too, and this has its own pitfalls and ambiguities. If it's your lover, your sexual partner, then in my opinion that's probably the best way to spend your time. If it's not, then the sky is the limit. You're going to learn more about this person than perhaps you were prepared to. Sometimes it's easy. It's no problem. Everybody stays who they appeared to be before you took off. But sometimes, the masks just start being hurled across the room in all directions, and you don't know where it's going to leave you. My approach, I guess, is one of two extremes. I guess I sort of belong to the sensory deprivation school, that lie down, shut up, silent darkness, music very judiciously, if at all, and I always do it at night, which some people find that strange, but night is quiet. The energy dies down. There's calm and still between midnight and 4 a.m. The other end of the spectrum is someone like Salvador Roquette, who, gives you 3 drugs, plays heavy metal rock and roll, then you get to see the Auschwitz films. And no, I'm not kidding. I mean, it is an effort to, so far as I can tell, drive you absolutely starkers, and I would not submit myself to that. This same polarity exists in therapeutic theories. Some schools of therapy want you to lose it, want you to weep, lament, rend your clothing, throw yourself on the floor, kick your feet in the air, and this is called getting out your stuff or working through your stuff. What I find about this kind of thing is it resonates too long. It doesn't feel like you've gotten clear of it. It feels like you have simply objectified it. But, life is an uncompleted puzzle. I could certainly change my mind. I have never felt that the primary use of these things was to cure what is called in modern parlance neurosis, what I call unhappiness. It isn't for that. It is, and again, this may be the influence of Jung in my background. Jung felt that there was no such thing as normality, that life, the task of life was what he called individuation. And he felt it really doesn't even begin until you approach middle life. I mean, you must leave the 20s behind you because they are so socially and hormonally turbulent that you're just basically trying to make sense of it on a day-to-day basis. But then you settle in and this unfolding takes place. And I really assume that we are all beyond neurosis. Not that we are not neurotic, but that we all have our own strategies and our own take on our own quirks and peculiarities. The psychedelic thing as tool is more to go beyond the legacy of the normal into the transpersonal or the suprapersonal and really view life as an open-ended domain to be explored. So I find myself talking to psychologists a lot because this is where this has been seized upon, because it does perturb the dynamics of the psyche. But for instance, I don't think you should give people hospitalized for psychotic behavior psychedelics. They're having enough trouble. They are being overwhelmed by the contents of the unconscious 24 hours a day and have no tool to make sense of it. The rest of us can make sense of overwhelmment by the unconscious if it doesn't go on too long. I mean, I don't think there's any one of us who would wish to take mushrooms, arrive at the heights, and just stay there. Because after 48, 72 hours, some situation would arise which would cast us into an extreme state of disequilibrium. It's more like diving. A friend of mine said many, many years ago, the yogin and sub-in, shaman, psychedelic voyager, the yogin and the schizophrenic dive in the same ocean. It's just that the yogin remembers to take his tanks along. And that's what it is, I mean, there is this possibility of inundation and overwhelmment. Well, let's return to the matter of dosage and set and setting. Yeah.
I have a question. You mentioned yesterday how you favored organic materials over synthetic. What about, taking organic materials but then refining, and narrowing them down and getting rid of all the other ingredients in the plant? That's our Western tendency, to just take something, refine it down, isolate the active ingredients, and then take doses of that. Do you see that the other natural ingredients that the mushrooms or ayahuasca and whatever it is have provided kind of synergize the active ingredients and make the trip easier or smoother?
Yeah, I think so. Rarely in a plant where you have a psychoactive compound will it occur all by itself. For instance, in the peyote cactus, there is mescaline, there's N-methylmescaline, there's anhalamine, anhaloine, there's a whole family, about a dozen of these things. Similarly, in the coca bush, cocaine and several other canes and several other active compounds. So when you take a plant, you're getting a broad spectrum of these active molecules that have a familial relationship to each other. And no chemist has ever exactly explained to me what's happening, but I think all chemists and pharmacologists are aware of the fact that natural compounds, even extracted and purified, or let's just say even extracted, are smoother than their synthetic counterpart. I recently had occasion to relearn this because there's been some amount of experimentation with 5-methoxy-DMT, which is not like DMT, but it is short-acting and creates a profound oceanic emotion. But it also, in the pure substance, there's a tremendous heart rush in the first 30 seconds. I mean, you just feel like you're in an up elevator that knows no limit, and just about the time that you figure you're going to go into some kind of emergency situation, it tends to back off. So then, recently, there has been this material in the underground called toad foam, which is actually 5-methoxy-DMT extracted from the glands of a large southwestern toad. Well, when you smoke that, it too is 5-MeO-DMT, but there is no heart rush, and it also doesn't last as long. It's much more benign and easygoing. Even in cases where there isn't a detectably variant spectrum of compounds present, for instance, in the psilocybin in Stropharia cubensis, really there are only two active principles, psilocybin and psilocin, and psilocin is the dephosphorylated ester of psilocybin, so they are basically the same compound. Nevertheless, if you talk to somebody who has only taken Sandoz psilocybin, it's much less animated and interesting than organic psilocybin. Now, the counterexample to this is when Hoffman synthesized psilocybin for the first time, he gave some of it to Wasson, and Wasson took it back to Huautla in the Sierra Mazateca of Oaxaca and gave it to Maria Sabina. And Maria Sabina said, "The spirit of the mushroom is in the little pill." And this story has been repeated over and over again. Well, my assumption simply is, Maria Sabina was a wily old lady. I mean, it's not writ anywhere that shamans have to always tell you the truth. And I very seriously doubt that the experience... I've never had the opportunity to take chemically pure psilocybin. The difference between the morning glories and LSD is one of animation and color. The morning glories, you see... I'm talking now about Ipomoea and turbina, the Mexican species. When you take them, there is a flood of Aztec, Toltec, Mayan imagery. It's just, I mean, it's uncanny. You can't believe it while it's happening, you know, that you would see this much glyphs and carved obsidian and quetzal feathers and all of this stuff. Is it the morphogenetic field? Is it the broader vegetable spectrum of the alkaloid rather than the synthetic? Who knows? These things remain to be looked at. In terms of the theory of morphogenetic resonance, it seems to me, you know, some of you probably follow Rupert's ideas and Rupert himself. The problem is that the morphogenetic field is very difficult for instruments to detect. And in fact, I think so far the only instrument that can detect it is the human mind. And this probably means, you know, that it's perturbing a field that is very, very far removed from the fields associated with the 4 or 5 ordinary forces of nature. But for instance, when you go to Tikal, or in Guatemala, or Borobudur in central Java, or Konarak on the Puri coast of India, and you take these psychedelics, the past is present. I mean, you see these places at their height, and you can say, well, it's just suggestion, you know. But I don't know. When I take ayahuasca, wherever I take it, I encounter the motifs typical of Amazonian shamanism: the jaguar, the giant anaconda, and to show you that sometimes the iconography of these compounds is not predictable, black people. And everyone in the Amazon says this, that you see black people. Well, there are no black people in the Amazon, not really. I mean, in the lower Amazon there are a few, but in the upper Amazon, a black person is as rare as a Kurd. And yet, everybody insists on this. Well, I have had this experience on ayahuasca, and to call it seeing black people is a very mild gloss on what it is. It's like being at the Apollo Ballroom on a hot evening in 1960 and Aretha Franklin is on stage. I mean, it is deep hit of blackness. Yeah, I don't know quite what to make of it, you know. I don't know why. And Claudio Naranjo gave gave Harmaline to urban people in Santiago, Chile, stockbrokers and advertising executives, people who had no connection to the jungle, and they reported jaguars, giant snakes, jungles, and black people. So this, to me, is a tremendously fertile area for Jungians, for morphogenetic field people to look into. Psychics have claimed, since who knows how long, that by holding an object in their hand, they could penetrate its past states of being. Well, it's like all these other occult claims, in my experience: mantra, yantra, yoga posturing, past life recovery. For me, none of these things are possible unless I'm stoned. Then they all become possible. It's just like you just throw the switch. Suddenly mantras work. I can chant mantras till hell freezes over in an unstoned state. The precondition for empowering occult idea systems seems to be a shift in brain chemistry. And it's, you know, to be noted that in these cultures where a lot of magic, a lot of violation of natural law is going on, there is a lot of psychedelic stuff going on. These ayahuasca shamans, say among the Aguaruna Jivaro, for instance, which is a very no-nonsense tribe of head-hunting people in the Amazon, the shamans live continuously in a state of altered consciousness. I mean, they are taking this stuff all the time. It is a food item. And what it would be like to be the shaman of the Aguaruna in the jungle all the time, taking all this stuff, it's hard to imagine, because when you just do it once, all plants have auras, all plants have songs which can be extracted out of them. I mean, they are living literally in some kind of other dimension. Yeah.
Play devil's advocate, if I can, for a minute, about this whole idea of certain plants or certain substances have certain attributes or certain places that they take people to. I've had the ideation that you're talking about, the visualization of the snakes, the cats, the jungle, the pyramids, the whole Mayan, Aztec jungle, the shamanic routine, on LSD, on mushrooms, on ibogaine, and on yahe. And I've had clients that had that same ideation doing breath work.
Well, yeah, this raises a real question. One of the things.
And the black people.
The black people were on ibogaine, which I expected, but not the other part.
Yeah, I don't understand exactly how this works. I will join your side for a moment, because there's a phenomenon I've noticed, and some of you have heard me talk about it. It's possible to do this on psilocybin. It's really easy to do it on ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, in a way, is somehow more open to suggestion. These other things have their own agenda. Ayahuasca will work with you. But one of the bizarre things that you can do on ayahuasca is you can suggest a period, like, let's say, Italian Baroque. You just say it in your mind. And paintings, altarpieces, architectural spaces, balustrades, vehicles, armament, saddlery, clothing, serving utensils, bowls, pewter, candelabra, all of this stuff will begin drifting toward, and it is high Baroque. In fact, it is more Baroque than the Baroque. It's obviously what they were shooting for, And then you just say dynastic Egypt. surface, or some of them go back to the surface, and they gather spores on their antenna. And then they go back down into the anthill, and they inject or inoculate the chewed plant material with these spores. Well, naturally, this chewed plant material is pretty organic and funky, so it begins to grow all kinds of things, molds, mildews, bacteria, so forth and so on. And what the ants do is they farm this and weed out all these bad bacteria and small microfungi and organisms, and only cultivate this one fungus, which then converts the plant material into a usable sugar. So what this is it's a symbiotic relationship between the fungi and the ant. And the ant is getting an enriched food out of this, and what the fungi is getting is a cultivated situation where all its competitor organisms are carefully kept away and weeded out. Well, this is precisely, in my model, what is happening with the human species at a more complex level. In other words, by domesticating cattle, we have set up an environment that is very favorable to the growth and appearance of what would otherwise be a very rare deep forest mushroom. But because we domesticate cattle and clear land so to do, we have created a huge circumtropical global environment in which these mushrooms can reside. What they make for us is not sugar, but ideas. You know, something we need the way ants need sugar. And these ideas take all kinds of forms, and then we refine them. And see, I'm not sure if I made the point strongly enough in the Friday night lecture. I really believe that human populations that do not have contact with the psychedelic tremendum are neurotic because they are male ego dominated. Yeah, big ego. The reason I call it male ego is because women, by virtue of physiology, basically, are pretty unavoidably welded to the nitty-gritty because they give birth, they carry children to term, and those two things which are biologically dictated. There is also the cultural dictate that women are usually involved in preparing and burying the dead in traditional societies. So women know how weird it is. I mean, surely to give birth must give you a perspective that anybody who's never done it just cannot hope to have. So the male ego floats on this myth of separateness that no woman has the luxury of entertaining, because birth, pregnancy, menstruation, care for the sick, care for the dying, these are boundary dissolving activities that keep women close to the nitty-gritty. The male organism can go off into its own private Idaho, pretty much. Often what child rearing means is the simple act of impregnation, and then that's the contribution in many cases in primitive and modern societies. Death is something the women take care of. Birth in primitive societies, men are never present, and women do it alone or with other women, so forth and so on. So in in these Neolithic and Paleolithic societies, this tendency of the ego to tumorize and grow in individuals was kept down by a chemical regulator, which was the psychedelic experience. It was part of the food chain, and it suppressed ego, much in the way that drugs are given in prisons to suppress libido, because it's hard to manage highly libidinous people in an institutionalized situation, especially when it's only one sex is involved. So this natural regulation of the human species, by regulating this psychic function called ego, was disrupted with the invention of agriculture. And the hunting-gathering society, with its deep involvement in ecstasy, and it was these weekly or bi-weekly psychedelic orgy ecstasy picnics that people used to have, that gave way, and Weston LaBarre makes the point that ecstasy is not at a premium in agricultural societies because it's disruptive. What is at a premium in agricultural societies is the ability to get up before dawn and pick up your tools and go to the fields and work like a dog. And if people have been up all night before dancing and tripping, and they can't do that. And so the psychedelic gods are replaced by cereals, corn, wheat, rye, and of course, at a very early strata in the Neolithic, you do get the emergence. I mean, Fraser is full of talk about the great corn god and Tammuz and all this. So we are living the legacy of millennia of cultural neurosis in Western civilization by virtue of the fact of the untreated growth of the cancerous ego. And we know this. It's simply that we assume there is no cure. We assume that it's natural to have ego and that it's somehow unnatural to suppress it. But wherever you have an outbreak of psychedelic use in a high-tech society, then you see refeminized, hang-loose, communal, caring values come into prominence within the community. Somebody had their hand. Yeah.
Two questions. One is, have you seen a difference in the way men and women react to psychedelics, given the fact that maybe perhaps men embody a stronger male ego than women on balance? And then my other question has to do with the role of kind of the observer ego when you're doing drugs, whether it's marijuana or alcohol or especially psychedelic. So I was just sitting here thinking that the reason that I don't take anything stronger than marijuana is that, as your experience, I mean, I lose myself even in a strong hit of marijuana. I lose my ego completely, and I mean, I guess that's just a different form of the experience if I don't get really fearful and paranoid, but it's easy to get scared when that sense of observer ego just goes, because then I don't remember that I'm on a drug trip, and then it seems timeless and eternal, and then I come down later, as you were saying, the backside of the high, I go, oh yes, I just took some marijuana 2 hours ago, everything's fine, I'll recover tomorrow, and so yeah, maybe talk a little bit about that, and what people can do who maybe don't have a strong ego structure, whatever it takes to do these powerful drugs. I don't think I would be able to handle
Well, if you don't have a strong ego structure, chances are you're not a heavy-duty male dominator, because they're sort of antithetical. I think probably cannabis was a major ego dissolver, and that all these things have been used this way. And if that works for you, that's fine. I didn't take psychedelics to lose my ego, although people said that would happen. I never quite understood what was meant, but looking at it as a mass phenomenon, where you're not talking about an individual tripper, but tens of thousands of people, inevitably this feminizing of values seems to take place. What was your first thing?
Do men and women experience psychedelics differently?
I don't know if they experience them differently. I've never quantitatively looked into this, but my impression is that it's less of a surprise to women, and that they feel less of a need to do it. Particularly, I think this is true of cannabis. I'll bet that 2/3 of cannabis use is male use. And why is this? I'm not sure. Maybe women have too much work to do, too many obligations. I mean, the old man can sit and smoke dope, but somebody has to do the shopping and get the kids to school and pick them up and keep the insurance paid and all that. But women, I think, have a different relationship to it. Women are often shamans, and in fact, the best shamans in many cultures, if you ask the people in the culture, are usually felt to be women. Women are connected up to all of this stuff. Drug taking may not be a male enterprise, but history is a male enterprise. I don't think we would have ever gotten into it if it had been up to women. In a way, the women outsmarted themselves because they had not control in the conscious sense, but they were sitting in the front of the canoe when and then they invented agriculture, and that undercut their own position, because the vast repository of plant knowledge that had been the secret knowledge of women, it no longer really mattered. As long as you knew how to grow corn and a couple of other things, the vast encyclopedic data on wild plants became less important, and it becomes more labor intensive. And men, because they had evolved toward being efficient hunters, probably did have a physical edge on women in terms of stamina and an ability to, work with a hoe for 8 or 9 hours a day. Because what the women did when they were in their, in the prime cultural situation was they gathered, they looked at stuff and talked about it with each other. And this was this domain in which language then arose. And gathering is not hard work. It's just steady work. And it's lots of fun if you do it with your friends. And, the cliched notion about Aboriginal peoples is the women chatter. This phrase, the chattering of women in primitive situations. It really is true, I think, that women avail themselves of language much more than men in these pre-literate situations. The men are hunters, and they act like hunters. They're stoic. They hold it all in, literally. I mean, the larger bladder size of men is thought to be related to the hunting adaptation and so forth. So the men are stoic, they're holding it in. The women are information freaks. It all rides for them on information. Where do you find it? How do you cook it? What does it look like? Is it poisonous? What time of year is best? What soil is best? What do you combine it with? Is it good all year round? What do the flowers look like? What does the fruit look like? So data, information. How could you ever understand the use and location of 600 plants or more unless you had a tremendously evolved vocabulary for this kind of thing. Yeah.
A couple of practical questions. One, the physical weakness that follows substances like psilocybin, is there any way to prevent that?
Well, the physical weakness, these things take energy. I mean, obviously during the trip, energy is being sucked into the moment. I mean, a trip is hard work, even if you're just sitting still. So then there's going to be an energy debt. One way of assessing the toxicity of a drug, in the course of this weekend, I've named several ways, and they all need to be used together. But one way of assessing the toxicity of a drug is how do you feel the next day. Psilocybin, what I do when I take mushrooms is I usually take them about 9 at night. By 1 or 2 in the morning, it's usually past. And then I eat before I sleep so that I don't wake up in the morning with a protein debt. And that's very important. If you will eat before you sleep after a trip, it won't be nearly so hard to come down. MDMA, one of the things that's really appalling to me about it is here it is, this pretty minor psychoactive, and my God, the day after is tough sledding. I mean, for a hangover like that, you should at least have seen God, you know. Now, LSD, we said if you drink a lot of water, that cuts the thing. Yeah, vitamins are never a bad idea at any point in these things. LSD, which I said yesterday, was so effective at low doses that on that scale it appeared very non-invasive. I feel terrible after taking LSD. I mean, it takes me 24 hours to put it back together. The interesting exceptions to this, and the causes, you know, it always seems to cut my way in terms of favoring the ones I think are most interesting. DMT is again the anomaly here. DMT is the most powerful hallucinogen there is. If it gets stronger than that, I don't want to know about it. And 15 minutes after you do it, you feel as though you had never done a drug. You are down 100%, mentally, physically, spiritually. It just returns you to the baseline. Ayahuasca goes DMT one better, and ayahuasca is the only one that I know of that does this. And I maintain the reason these things behave this way is because they are so similar to brain chemistry, ordinary brain chemistry. Ayahuasca, you actually come out slightly higher than you went in, and it isn't lost. You know, I mean, you feel great the day after an ayahuasca trip, usually. I mean, it depends. If it's your first trip and you spent 8 hours vomiting, you're probably not going to feel so good. But if you had, if it was a ordinary ayahuasca trip, then you're going to feel much better the day after than you did going in. More connected, more alert, more energy. Well, this must have something to do with the fact that the constituents of ayahuasca, harmine, harmaline, DMT, all occur in the human brain. And DMT, same thing. Now, why this doesn't happen with psilocybin, I don't know. Psilocybin doesn't occur in the brain, but it is a very, very close relative. I think DMT is absolutely fascinating from every point of view. Why is it so benign? Why is it so powerful? Why is it so short-acting? Why is it so hard to get any? That's the $64 question. Believe me, every book on drugs that you will pick up will say it's easily made. You know, people are making. They ask you to believe that people are making it in their kitchens all around you. Well, I don't know. A recipe?
Talking about 5-methoxy?
No, not but DMT, NN-DMT. I've seen it botched many times. The literature doesn't tell you that. I mean, botched, ruined. If somebody comes to you with a grainy, dark brown syrup, forget it. You know, that is not what it looks like. That means they swept the floor after they dropped the retort or something. What it looks like is it looks like orange mothballs. It looks like a crystalline, waxy, orange to pale rose to yellow kind of substance, and it's very aromatic. And if someone shows you a liquid or a stuff which looks like brown sugar or, you know, it's a mess. We were appalled. We got samples of underground DMT and ran high-pressure liquid gas chromatography on them. It literally looked like the guy swept the floor. And these people had actually done it. I mean, I wouldn't have given it to a rat, much less a human being. The notion of someone actually taking that stuff was just hair-raising. What you should have is a very, very steep spike at 620 nanometers. And what we got looked like the Himalayas, you know, is running around all kinds of stuff. There has been DMT around which was shootable DMT, which is the hydrochloride. And since I don't shoot things, I didn't pursue it. Although what people tell me, and this is interesting and something to bear in mind, is shooting is not as effective as smoking. People think that shooting a drug is the most effective way because you see it all go into your body or something. I don't know. But if you shoot DMT, it takes about 5 minutes to come on, and it lasts about 45 minutes. That's why if you read in the literature how long does DMT last, it will always say 45 minutes. But if you smoke it, the peak experience lasts 400 seconds, something like that. I mean, it's extreme. That's why it's so astonishing, because it is so intense, and the onset is so sudden that it's more like something has happened to you rather than that you've taken a drug. In other words, it's and sometimes people come out of it saying, you know, what happened? Have we done it yet? Or was there an earthquake and the roof fell on me just as we were about to do it? It has the quality of an event rather than an experience. And also it has the quality of an event because it does not touch the core observer. You are not changed. What's changed is the sensory input is changed. You are still who you are. You don't think you're God. You don't feel bad about yourself. You are exactly who you were before you did it, with the same set of concerns. But you have been whisked into an alien dimension, one you never had imagined existed or could have a moment before have conceived of. And suddenly it's 100% in place, 360 degrees around you. And then, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 10 minutes later, you're raving to your friends, and it's as far away as that trip to Majorca 4 years ago,
So you make a major distinction between 5-methoxy-DMT and NN-DMT in terms of the quality of the...
Oh, yeah, they are day and night. I mean, 5-MeO-DMT, some people like it. It's a feeling, is what it's been for me. It's this huge feeling that kind of sweeps through you, and it's velvety, and it's hard to describe, actually. But the main thing that I'm noticing when it's happening is I am not hallucinating. And, of course, the main thing that's happening with DMT is you're having hallucinations so intense, so three-dimensional, so highly colored, so sculpturally defined that it's more real than reality. And by that I mean, if you look at this room, notice how all edges are slightly feathered. There is, at all boundaries, a slight indeterminacy. But on DMT, it's hard-edged. Everything is just defined. Sometimes people say it's as though all the air had been pumped out of the room. You're seeing it with that lunar starkness and clarity, and unimaginable objects off the art scale, and entities. DMT is the only one of these psychedelics where I have seen the entities. On psilocybin it speaks and it's audial. On DMT it's you see these things, and I don't know whether it's my personal mythology. For me, DMT is the center of the mystery. I mean, I fear it, I love it, I thank God for it. I wonder if I'll ever understand it. It takes a huge mustering of courage on my part to do it, because it just is so. I mean, we talk, change, transformation, other dimension. This is not talk when you do that. I mean, you just do not know the parameters. I feel like I know more about what could happen to me if I'm in the Amazon jungle than I know what could happen to me when I'm in that place. And after many, many DMT trips, I've finally been able to paint a picture for myself of what is happening in there. And what happens for me, and I don't know anybody who's done it as much as I have. I wish people did it more and talked more about it, because, boy, if there is a landscape where we need some consensus, this is it. I have been present when people did it, and they come back babbling about the same thing that I think I have encountered. I mean, they come back, and one woman said it was a carnival. It was a carnival it was an extraterrestrial midway. And somebody else came back and said there were gnomes, there were elves, and yeah, this is getting close to it. I mean, what happens to me when I do it is there's a period, an initial period of kind of hysteria and confusion. It's almost as though time speeds up, even before you take the first hit. Many people say, just before you do DMT, there's this funny kind of impression in the room, almost as though there is backwash from the event about to happen. You're caught in the psychic field of this event, and everything is moving faster and faster. This is like the cue phenomenon, and then you take the hit, and it's building up in your body, and your heart is pounding, and everything, and then you break through to this place, and what it's like is, the first impression is of the first impression is of the sound of cellophane being crumpled. That crackling sound, as if someone had just taken a bread wrapper. Yeah. Crackle that cellophane for us. That's it. More of that.
Are you there yet?
Would that it were so easy. A friend of mine says that's the sound of the radio intellecti of your soul tearing out of the organic envelope. Which is what it sounds like. It sounds like your body has just been wadded up and thrown into a corner, and now you're a radio signal, approximately 4 light seconds in diameter, spreading out through an alien universe. And the next impression is of a cheer. It's hurrah, welcome, welcome. And it's them, and they're waiting, and they can hardly wait. I mean, there's a moment when they're not on me, just a moment, and then they say, "You're here, we're glad to see you, why did you stay away so long?" And then they come toward me, and the main thing for me in the DMT thing is to struggle not to go into shock of wonder, basically. I mean, because there is a tendency, a strong tendency, and for the first few trips I couldn't conquer it. I was a victim of it. I mean, I just go into this. And I would say, heart, okay, breathing, okay, but I'm looking and I can't believe my eyes because I'm in some kind of domed place. And the impression, don't ask me why, but the impression is of being underground, even though it's a huge vaulted space and highly colored. But what is, of course, riveting my attention are these beings. And they're small, and they're like, I've described them as machine elves. They seem partially machine-like and partially elf-like. Yeah, no, they are not so mundane as that. They don't have a fixed body outline. And in fact, that's one of the things that's going on in this space that's so baffling. They come toward you, they're singing in this alien language which you somehow understand. It cannot be translated into English, but you understand it in that moment. And what they're doing is they are using their voices to produce objects. And so song becomes thing. And there are dozens of these things, and they're coming closer and closer, and the songs they sing condense into objects, and the objects themselves can sing. And these things come and they're saying, look, and they're holding this stuff out to you, and you look at it and you're fighting wonder because your entire being is caught up in this can't be happening. And yet they're saying, just look. And what these things are devices, toys, works of art, objects. But whatever they are amazing. And you look into it and you can't, and they seem to be shifting, even though they're made of metal and glass and gems and pulsing. Everything is migrating and shifting and changing. And they say, look at this one. It's the most astonishing thing you've ever seen. And you just look at it and they say, look at this one. Look at this one. And they're piling up. And these things are coming towards you, and then they jump through you. They can pass through your body. And they're running around chirping and singing and making these objects. And what they're doing is they are saying, do what we are doing. Do what we are doing. And you say, I just want to go back to New York. Say, later for that. And the implication is, and this is the mystery of my life, I'm teasing it out, trying to understand it, but the implication is, and the promise is, that ahead of us in time, 6 months, 50,000 years, is a visible linguistic channel of communication. That the thin channel of audio communication composed of small mouth noises is just a provisional kind of communication. And what is being proposed in this state is a true telepathy. Now, we always thought, or I always thought, that telepathy means you think, I hear what you're thinking. What it actually turns out to be is you speak, I see what you mean. And I don't mean that metaphorically, I mean I see what you mean. So that your linguistic intentionality condenses as a three-dimensional object in front of us, a sculptural modality. So then we both see what you mean. You made it, and I'm your conversational cohort, and we're both looking at your meaning. And we can walk around it, we can adjust it, and notice that no common dictionary is necessary here. If you're Witoto and I'm Polish, I still see what you mean, because what you mean is an objectified three-dimensional modality, not a string of Witoto words. So that, and it's saying, do this, do what we are doing. Well then, this took me about 15 trips to get this far. And then I began to experiment with sounding in that state. And I discovered that they were right. That is a 3.5 foot wide, 8 foot long, magenta curved surface with lime auras. And that shifts the lime auras into rose pink and adds gray silver pinstriping along one edge. And I thought, my God, what is this? So then when you break out into actual chanting, actually linguistically modulated sound, you discover you too can make these objects. And what they apparently are, how this could be, don't ask me, they are apparently syntactical sculpture. Sculpture made of syntax. Syntax suddenly becomes not the rules that govern spoken languages, but the rules that govern the assembly of three-dimensional thought objects. And as though words were the shadows of hyperdimensional intentions that can actually be broken through to. Well, my God, I just thought this takes the cake. I mean, I've never heard of such a thing. Nobody's ever suggested to me this is possible, so forth and so on. So then, as is the case with most things, if you look long enough, you discover precursors. And what I discovered in a wonderful book, and any one of you would love this book, I'm sure. It doesn't deal with the psychedelic experience by name, but it is a psychedelic book. It's called The Phenomenon of Life by Hans Jonas, Jonas. And if you can find this book, what a read. It's a group of essays, and one of the essays, he is talking about the etymology of the word Israel. And he says, following Talmudic thinkers, that Israel means he who sees God, that this is the actual etymological basis of the word Israel. So then, did I say that we're talking now about the writings of Philo-Judaeus? Yes. Philo-Judaeus, in discussing the etymology of the word Israel, says it means he who sees God. And then he says, what does this mean, he who sees God? Well, as you probably know, in the Hellenistic world there was this phenomenon called the Logos. And the Logos was an informing internal voice that tells you the right way to live. It's like a spirit ally that speaks to you and informs you. So Philo-Judaeus said, what would be the more perfect Logos? And then he goes on to answer his own question. He said the more perfect Logos would go from being heard to being beheld without ever crossing over a quantized moment of distinct transition. This is precisely and in fact what is going on in these states. Because now I have learned or have found out how to evoke this DMT phenomenon in the more controllable environment of the psilocybin intoxication. And it happens like this. First of all, I form the wish for it to happen. I usually follow a line I learned in an old I Love Lucy rerun where she's explaining to Ethel how she contacts flying saucers. And she says, I just say, come in, little green men, come in, little green men. So on mushrooms, I do this. I say, come in, little green men. And what begins to happen is this sound like bells, like very distant bells. And then it becomes louder and louder. It's sort of like bells with wind. And it becomes louder and louder and more complicated and more complex. And at a certain very, very hard to precisely define moment, it begins to spill over into the visual cortex. And then I see the language and I can interact with it. Well, it is apparently a more perfect logos. This is what I had in mind in the back of my mind yesterday. Remember when I talked about how smoking was new to Europeans and they couldn't understand what it was, and then I made this offhand comment that it was a new use for the human body, only 500 years old? Well, it proves that there may be undiscovered uses for the human body. I mean, we've only been around playing with our bodies for 50,000 years, and we've discovered most sexual configurations and all these acrobatic things and amazing things that people can do, like make pyramids of 10 individuals and so forth. But smoking is pretty basic, and yet only 500 years old. Well, it seems to me that right under the surface of human neurological organization is a mode shift of some sort that would make language beholdable, and that if we could somehow kick over into this alternative mode, we would become unrecognizable to ourselves. Now, I realize this sounds pretty far-fetched, but you always have to have reference to context. In a universe where there were no people, that would be a pretty far-fetched idea. But the fact that we already possess language seems to argue that we are in the process continually of evolving new applications for our bodies, and that when language, spoken language, burst on the scene 35,000 years ago, which is most estimates, I mean, think of it, 35,000 years ago, people invented language. What must it have seemed like to them? It must have seemed like a miracle. Hardly anything sets you up for it. I mean, the difference between a 9-hour recitation of oral poetry and 3 chickadees on a line is quite a leap. And I'm suggesting that somehow there could be a leap forward in the communication dimension, and that this is, in fact, what shamanism is all about, what the end of history is all about, what psychedelic drugs are all about. We are edge-walking on an ontological transformation of what it means to be human. And the mode that this transformation will come in, it will not be political or technological. It isn't starflight. It isn't socialism. It's a whole other way of making our minds known to each other by being able to show each other our minds. And in psychedelic states, you can do this. Yeah.
Do you think there's any relationship to the Australian Aboriginal belief that the world, that the forefathers actually sung the world into being, that the song, that concept doesn't seem too far off?
That's right. Well, yes, as you say, in our own tradition, in principio et verbum, et verbo caro factum est, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. That's the whole story. What we need to do is pass through this transition and make the Word flesh. In other words, objectify the Word. Somehow the Word, and believe me, I talk about these things, but the pictures are provisional. I don't understand how it could be done. I mean, I'm an engineering type on one level. Is it an acoustical hologram? How in the world could I make you see a concept in my mind as though it were hovering 3 feet above the floor? Is there a way? And I've noticed on psychedelics, and again, I don't know whether this is a false trail or whether this is part of the mystery, but I've noticed on psychedelics that if you get a candle, if you get a person between yourself and a candle so that you have them in profile and they are raving and you can see the candle past them, there's something coming out of their mouth. It's like, you know how when you agitate oil in water and you see the swirling oiliness of water, or when you're in a swimming pool with too much suntan lotion in it, there's this kind of roiling discontinuity in it that's fairly subtle. Well, something like that is happening for about 8 inches in front of people's mouths when you look at them under certain conditions. Maybe it doesn't need psychedelics, I don't know. And in the middle of my field of vision, and I'm just watching them, and they stop dead. These two people, they must be 500 yards away, 1,500 feet away over these rolling green lawns. They stop dead, and then they scan, and then they start toward me. And I cannot believe my eyes that these people have changed course 90 degrees and are now headed right for me. And I kept telling myself, it's a hallucination, it's an illusion. They are not getting larger in your field of vision. You are not going to have to confront these people. Please, God, make it so. No reprieve. They're just getting larger and larger and larger until, and so I said, I'm going to make this go away by not looking, and I'm just going to sit like this. And I sat like this, not moving, until the guy's feet entered my field of vision. And then I didn't move, and I didn't say anything, and then I just looked up, and he said, "You're from which place?" "You have been how long in India?" And it was the grilling, which any Indian tourist knows. Any citizen of the subcontinent can approach you any time of the day or night, anywhere, demand to know your name, how long you've been in this country, and then the kicker. "And what do you think of India?" And this question is asked for the specific purpose of observing your discomfiture, because they know damn well what you think of India. And so I looked up and I gave this guy my most penetrating gaze, and I said, "I cannot be interrogated." And then I just put my head down and waited, I don't know, an hour. And when I looked up, they were gone. But only in that circumstance of being so stoned would I have ever behaved that way, because the normal tourist reaction is, and they watch this happen to you, you just go into a tailspin of, it's their country, everybody's a person, I'm a stranger, I should be nice, they're harmless, what's so bad about this anyway? And then, and so then you pair it out. You explain, I'm from San Francisco, California. I've been here 3 months, so forth and so on. A friend of mine told me a funny story about taking the Bombay-Calcutta mail and arriving in Calcutta on this train, 4 o'clock in the morning, and he gets off the train, and there's a little sadhu man over there, and the guy starts toward him and comes up to him, and my friend said, "Wait a minute. Before you say a word, my name is Nathan Jones. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I've been in India 3.5 months, and I hate it." And the guy said, "Oh, you're great, Baba. You're reading my mind. You're reading my mind." You gotta be fast. That's all there is to it. Yeah.
Over the last couple of days, you've said that the mushroom basically creates its own agenda. You've also given examples of how you've directed it. So which of those is true? And if you can direct it, are there ways to direct it to specific regions by doing specific things?
What kind of a region?
Well, the first thing is, do the mushrooms have their own agenda? And second of all, if you have some control over it, how do you get to where you want to go? Whether you want to deal with certain issues like death or the body or whatever, or to get to certain regions of consciousness.
Well, it has its own agenda in that it has this. It has certain qualities, this extraterrestrial, outer space, a planetary, history is ending, apocalypse, millennia kind of thing. You can direct it if it likes the way you're going. It's sort of like a strong horse. If you're going the way it wants to go, you're fully in control. Otherwise, not. I can remember situations with mushrooms where I hadn't taken it for a long time, and I fall into confusion, and it usually revolves around, am I doing the right thing, whatever the right thing is. So then I'll take mushrooms and wait until properly, and then put this question, am I doing the right thing? And it reminds me of a press conference that Lyndon Johnson had once, shortly after he became president. Somebody asked a question that he didn't care for, and he said, "What kind of a chicken shit question is that to ask the President of the United States?" So when I go to the mushroom and say, am I doing the right thing? It basically said, what kind of a chicken shit question is that to ask me? And I think that was a very good answer. That was what I needed to hear, are you kidding? So, it can be, my father used to say you can drive a horse to water, but a pencil must be lead. And I think that's sort of the situation with the mushroom. If the question pleases it, it will answer. If the question doesn't please it, you'll hear about it. And it is amazing how it gives people what they need. You know that Rolling Stone song, you don't always get what you want, you get what you need? I have a friend, dear friend, but arrogant. No doubt about it. This guy is arrogant. He definitely thinks he has the truth by the throat in most situations. And he won't take mushrooms because it gives him such a hard time. And it says, you're arrogant. You want to know what we do to arrogant people? For God's sake, lift it off me. So a certain amount of humility. It's a relationship, like to a crusty Zen master or something like that. And it is really like another entity because you cannot predict the answers. I remember a dialogue that I had with the mushroom early on, where I said, what are you doing on this planet? And it said, you're a mushroom, you live cheap. And so he said, He said, listen, this neighborhood was not so bad till the monkeys moved in. To you it may look like a mess. To me it was paradise. The mushroom is very, very weird. I'll tell one more story, then I'll try and get off stories. And all these stories, why am I doing all these dialogue? But why am I doing all these ethnic imitations? I'm not sure. There's one in this story, too. I was in Malibu with all these fancy film people, and we went out to dinner. Ralph Abraham was there, too. And there was this French woman there, a film producer, and she was seated next to me at dinner. And before dinner, we had been talking about the mushroom, or I had been introduced to her as the mushroom man and this and that. And she said to me, and you'll see why the story I just told relates to this, the story about you're a mushroom, you live cheap. And she said to me at dinner, she said, you say that the mushroom speaks to you, but I do not understand exactly how this works. And I said, well, it's sort of like it has many faces that it can show. Like sometimes it's like the role that Rod Steiger played in The Pawnbroker. And at that precise instant, Steiger shows up at the table to shake hands with everybody and slap a few backs, and then he just drifts off into the recesses of this restaurant. And Ralph Abraham, who was sitting across the table from me watching this whole thing and had heard what I said to this woman, reached across the table to me and said, you see, the mushroom is showing us that it can touch us anywhere, anytime. Strange stories. Synchronicity. Yeah. Yeah.
How do you remember to bring back what you've learned?
Oh, that's a good question. That's an important question. That's a key question. Roland Fisher, who was a great psychedelic researcher with psilocybin and later retired to Majorca to be Robert Graves' next-door neighbor, coined the phrase state-bounded. This means you can't bring it back. And I'm sure you all have had the experience of dreaming, being caught up in some incredible dream with strange people, foreign countries, exotic costuming. The alarm goes off, and as you stagger out of bed, this is just melting like an ice cube in a blast furnace. And by the time you're out of bed and fully dressed, you have nothing, not a shred, not a hint, not a clue. It's absolutely gone. This is a state-bounded memory. Chemically, what's going on is apparently short-term memory transcription is just not occurring. You're having the immediate impression of these things happening, and then it's not going to disk, so to speak. It just is lost. Yeah?
My experience is also with dreaming is not to be afraid that I'm losing what I'm dreaming. You know, in the moment I'm afraid that I'm not getting hold of, I know that's gone. And in training myself in knowing everything, and so I'm how do you say that? I'm tuning my body to remember everything what I'm getting. Before going to bed, or I'm taking my dreams as learning. Also, being learning during the nighttime, and it's that I'm telling my body to take everything. So even if I don't know it really consciously the next morning, it's there, and I make the experience that it's really there. Sometimes I have just a feeling, and I'm noting down the feeling. I'm trying to feel it again, and I'm knowing something happened, and I shifted something tonight, and it was like this and that. And I know that I did my work, also if I don't know exactly what was going on. But it helped me a lot in just knowing that my body has so many possibilities to memorize, that it will memorize. So I'm not giving air to fear that I'm not memorizing what I'm learning.
And the dream is not truly lost in that situation where you wake up and it melts away. And the proof of this, and I'm sure you all have had this experience, is then you go off about your daily business, and then there will be, and it was almost always by coincidence, an image, a chance phrase, a view of a street or something, and it will cause you to remember the dream. And once you get a hook into a portion of the dream, if you then work on it, you can probably bring a lot of it out. How this works in psychedelics is, if I have an insight or something that I particularly want to remember, first of all, I will say it aloud. This is strong imprinting. And then the real imprinting is to repeat it a few minutes later, and then a few minutes later again. And if you can carry it over a number of minutes to several different levels, it won't leave you. A very useful shortcut for this is a tape recorder, where if you play the tape of the trip back after the trip, you will, just a phrase spoken will set off a chain of associative recall, and you will retain it this way. But to my mind, this is one of what shamanic training must really be, is mnemonic training. If you want to bring the stuff back, you have to train yourself to bring it back. Now, this state-bounded thing, it's important to notice. We talk about how dreams are state-bounded, how psychedelic experiences are state-bounded, but what we fail to notice usually is that ordinary reality is state-bounded. I mean, if I were to ask any one of you, what did you discuss with the person you had lunch with yesterday? It's probably very touch and go to actually put this together. I had lunch yesterday with Richard. We discussed his television transmission system, but that was new to me and therefore easy to retain. And also, Richard and I haven't had thousands of hours of conversation together, but the person we are most familiar with is ourselves. Well, I don't know if it works for you like this, but I am, let us say, cleaning my house, vacuuming, doing dishes, making beds, and I'm thinking, all the time thinking. And I understand why Rome fell. I realize what I said wrong to somebody 2 weeks ago. I recall a telephone obligation that I have to fulfill. I think about things that happened years and years ago. And then the doorbell rings, and I go to the door, and there's someone there, and they say, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Nothing." This is because the ordinary state of consciousness is highly state-bounded. We don't... One thing these Buddhists have certainly gotten right is that attention to attention is the key to taking control of your mental life. And for most of it, it's just like a river flowing by, and every once in a while we check to see if the river is still flowing by, but we don't attempt to retain it. So memory training is great psychedelic training. And of course, as I'm sure you know, there were arts of memory in the past. We are very poor memorizers because we rely on technologies to do it for us. But people in the past had all kinds of technologies for allowing them to remember things. For instance, the most common one in use in late antiquity and up through the Renaissance was the memory palace approach. This is where you think of a place, a big place preferably, a place you know well, a school, a hospital, a cathedral, a university, but big, and sit and think about it. Think about how it looks as you go through the main doors, and then what you see when you turn to the left, and what you see when you turn to the right. Learn this building until you really can command it with reasonable vividness in most situations. Then, if you want to remember something, imagine yourself walking through the front door of this building, turning to your left, and there near the water fountain you will place an emblem of this thing you want to remember. And then you will go down the hall and around the corner, and by the fire extinguishers you will place another emblem of the next thing you want to remember. Well, then the act of remembering this long list of things is the act of mentally moving through this imaginary building that you know. And when you come to the water fountain, the clue will be there. When you pass the fire extinguishers in your mind, the emblem you placed there will be there. Now, I know this sounds highly unworkable and unwieldy, but it actually is extremely workable. And people like Catullus and Cicero, the great late Roman orators, were able to speak for hours on end with lists of virtues and vices and interconnecting causes and this sort of thing, because they were masters of this mnemonic memory palace technique. Well, psychedelics are a vivid... This is another one of these things, like mantras, yantras, and so forth, that works on psychedelics. You can do this. And so when you're on a psychedelic and you have an experience that you want to remember, place it in your memory palace. And the next time you come past that point in your memory palace, this thing will be there. Now, the other trick is, any of you who are interested in this, the last word is The Art of Memory by Frances Yates, which is a wonderful woman, great scholar of Renaissance magic. And the final trick is to make the image extremely vivid, so that, for instance, if you're about to give a speech to your collegium on the 7 deadly sins, well, then one of these sins is lust. I chose the easy one because I can't remember what the other 6 are. Shows you where my problem lies. So you don't just place the word lust in the memory keeping spot. You place some vivid and shocking image. Yeats suggests the image of a nun lifting her skirts. I think this was a classically suggested one that people were taught to use. Well, then, when you come around the corner and meet the nun lifting her skirts, you think, aha, lust. That's the first, and then you go on and so forth. And books, some of the most astonishing products of the medieval engraver's art, are these books of what are called emblemata. Emblemata are surreal juxtapositions of things and animal parts and bodies and machines that are memory emblems, made as grotesque, surreal, and bizarre as possible in order to make them unforgettable. That was the technique. And the surrealists used this very consciously. There is something about the unexpected, the grotesque, and the surprising that is, almost by definition, memorable. And this will work very well in the psychedelic state as well.
If you were asked, just like that thing with your I Love Lucy, when I did the mushroom experience, and there were certain issues, certain things I went to that ceremony with on my agenda to be healed from. And one of them was to be released from some of my early Catholic conditionings that I felt were hanging me up. And when I was in the experience, they talked about los niños, the little helpers that would come. And I asked, just like Lucy, I said, I need some help. What can you help me with? And I looked at my hand, and how could you forget something like this? The fucking blood started to come out of my hand, and right in the middle of my hand, this blood came right out of the palm and started dripping. And I'm bleeding. It's like, it doesn't hurt. I'm bleeding to death here, and this isn't even... Yeah, I mean, it was like the whole suffering stuff of what Catholics are conditioned with, and it came to me out with the stigmata, and I looked at my other hand, the same thing was happening, and I was going, my God, I'm feeling this crucifixion, thing, and the St. Stephen, and my name was in the martyr, and all of this martyrdom shit I've subjected, on and on. I mean, I could talk for another 30 minutes about how meaningful that was to me, but talk about, you want an image, you want a vision, ask the mushroom God, give me a vision, I'll give you one.
Oh, yeah. Ask and you'll receive.
I'm really interested in the legal aspect of this thing. You're talking something about highly illegal. As far as the law is concerned, how do you handle it? Anybody that drives around with a license plate that says NNDMT, I wonder, are you paranoid about it? Obviously not.
No, I'm not paranoid about it. If they wanted me, they should have come a long time ago, because I was much more vulnerable then. I've sort of covered my ass. Naturally, if you speak about these things, you can't do anything particularly illegal. And perhaps I'm foolish in the sense that I shouldn't be worried about being arrested, I should be worried about being shot. If that's how they play the game, then I'm in big trouble, because they'll just come and shoot me, and you too if you get into this. But if we actually have a legal system that works, then this is called advocacy, and it's not a crime. It's an exercise of the First, Fourth, and a couple of other amendments to the Constitution. Henry David Thoreau, you don't get more American than that, said that if you are right, you are a majority of one. And we live by majority rule. I don't feel heroic. I mean, it's not false modesty or anything. I don't feel heroic doing this. This is really humdrum to me. I just could not behave any other way because of what I've seen. I mean, this transcends laws. All that it's seen as preposterous. I mean, there are. I believe in universal laws. You shouldn't kill people. You shouldn't lie to people. You shouldn't inject yourself between lovers. Most cultures, I think, recognize a set of universal laws, but thou shalt not smoke marijuana? Surely the God of Mount Sinai has better things to do than worry about that sort of thing. We have to create a new option. All social progress is made by people taking chances. If I am an anomaly, some kind of dangerous sociopath, then my message will be swamped and lost in the noise of the tumult of the world, because there are thousands of messages out there. If, on the other hand, this is a great and important domain of truth, then they are crazy to try and repress it, because it cannot be repressed. They have tried to repress it. Oh,
why have they tried to repress it? If use of psychoactive drugs is so good for the psyche, why have they repressed it?
They sought to repress it because there's something in the Western mind that is very nervous, that gets very nervous when you try to talk about the bedrock of ontology. McLuhan talked about this. He met great resistance, and all he was saying was that print had created certain kinds of unconscious biases in society in favor of uniformity, linearity, and like that. And he was amazed at the violence of the reaction against this. And he concluded that those cultures that have evolved from the phonetic alphabet are so removed from the stuff of the world, as opposed to languages like Chinese or Mayan or something like that, where there is a retention of the image in the written language, that the cultures descended from the phonetic alphabet are extremely paranoid about questions about the nature of reality. And that's what this is really about. The psychedelic issue does not relate to the drug issue at all. I mean, in fact, it's important to make this point. Drugs and psychedelics are not two members of a family. They are antithetically opposed to each other. The pro-psychedelic position is an anti-drug position. Now, how can this be, since we are accustomed to thinking of psychedelics as drugs? Well, it's like this. What is it that we object to about drugs? And I think everybody can agree, maybe not everybody, but most people can agree, we do have a drug problem. I mean, if you live in the inner cities, you see people getting all twisted up behind this stuff. We have a drug problem. So what is it about drugs that we find problematic? Well, I think that what is objectionable about drugs is that they cause unconscious, obsessive, destructive, self or other behavior. Unconscious, obsessive behavior is intolerable because we are conscious people accustomed to injecting choice and meaning into our lives. You cannot have meaning if you do not have choice. This is why we don't have to spend any time at all talking about whether the world is predestined. Because if the world is predestined, then I'm not saying what I'm saying because it's what I want to say. I'm saying what I'm saying because I can't say anything else. And you're sitting there because you can't not sit there. So it makes the world very dull and uninteresting. Compulsive, unexamined, obsessive behavior is the quintessence of anti-human behavior. It was Bertalanffy, the founder of general systems theory, who said, people are not machines. But in every situation where they're given an opportunity to behave like machines, they'll go for it. Then are drugs which reinforce obsessive and unexamined and self-destructive behavior patterns. Well, what do psychedelics do? They destroy behavior patterns, destroy cultural assumptions, completely hold everything up for grabs, completely throw open the possibility that reality could be any of a number of ways that are not culturally sanctioned. So in that sense, the psychedelics are almost the answer to the drug problem. And the early use of psychedelics reported spectacular progress with alcoholism. Well, now see, the people who believe that alcoholism is a disease, and I don't follow this literature closely, it seems to me this is a preposterous statement. I mean, a disease? You mean like influenza and smallpox and AIDS? Alcoholism is a disease? Can you get it if you don't practice safe sex? Or do you have to wash your eating utensils? It isn't a disease. What it is it's a failure of self-image. And the reason LSD, in many cases, had a tremendous impact on alcoholic behavior was because it just showed people what they were doing. It said, this is you. You're a drunk. You're a burden to your family, a bore to your friends. You smell bad and you're useless. How do you like it? And so somebody said, I don't like it. I said, well, then stop drinking. That's what it is. That's how psychedelics cure addiction. And nobody, when they talk about addiction, nobody ever talks about what is called self-restraint.
Terence, there's a new book that came out about a month or two ago that's incredibly, I don't remember the name offhand, incredibly controversial.
But alcoholism?
Yeah, about
How
alcoholism.
heavy drinking? Myth of alcoholism is a disease.
Right, yeah. And the man takes the position that the last 30 or 40 years where we've seen alcoholism as a disease is just, more bullshit from the medical model. And we need another alternative. And of course, AA and everybody's just up in arms about the book.
Well, yeah, AA has
I don't remember now.
They're...
What did you say?
John, what's the book?
The name of the book is it's by Finnegrad. It's called Heavy Drinking: The Myth of Alcoholism as a Disease. It basically discusses the fact that it's a rationalization to say that it's a disease. I mean, there are certain people I think that have certain chemical reactions to alcohol, but they're in the minority, and that this is very important to me as well because this is work that I'm interested in. And alcoholism has also touched my family, as it has a lot of families. And
yeah, I think the disease model has there's no responsibility involved, And AA, their position, their goal is not to understand the nature of the universe. They're not in the philosophy business. They're trying to get people to stop drinking. So to maximize that goal, I think that they go far overboard. First of all substances, they say, if you're an alcoholic, then you must forswear everything. I don't know how they relate to tobacco. But see, what you've got to understand is we are set up for addiction. It's just like language and cognition and all of these other things. We are the animal which addicts. Other animals don't addict. And addiction is a way of relating to the world. We don't not only addict to drugs, we addict to each other, to chunks of territory, to behavior patterns.
It's like attaching ourselves to what we see and what...
Exactly. It's attachment. We attach to everything. And it's very real. It's physiological. I remember years and years ago, a woman left me for a homunculus, and I was appalled. And it became. I was like vomiting every 4 hours. Could not sleep. Would burst into tears in inappropriate situations, of which there were many in my life. And heroin withdrawal cannot be worse than that. I mean, are you kidding? Vomiting every 4 hours? And then one night, in the middle of the night, I was just frantic, because I felt like when I was awake, I felt like I wanted to be asleep. When I should have been sleeping, I couldn't sleep, and I was just dragging myself to classes. I felt, this is crazy. I should turn myself in, but they don't have crisis centers for broken hearts. What are you going to do? So then, in the middle of one of these bouts, I went to the medicine cabinet, and this woman who had left me had left all these pills there, and I sorted through all these pills and came upon a small bottle of tranquilizers, of a very mild tranquilizer, like Valium or something. Well, I had never taken a Valium, so I said, I'll take half, and I took it, and the next morning, or a few hours later, I went out to breakfast, and somebody came up and sat at my table and said, well, how are you coping since Hermione left you? And I said, who? Just jerk, and it really gave me respect for tranquilizers. I mean, I was appalled. I was appalled that something so real to me, so much me, half the tab, I didn't care, let him go. And then I realized all the people around me, this is how they deal with emotional crisis. Nobody wants to feel anything. I mean, the moment that an unpleasant emotion rears its head, people go take Valium or something else and cut themselves off from feeling. We addict to people. That's the point of that story. And when they leave us suddenly, it's just like having your heroin taken away and you become a mad thing for months, years sometimes. I mean, I still vibrate from this event, and it was 15 years ago. We addict to territory. This is war, our turf, our land. Now this arises, again, a consequence of agriculture. Before agriculture, nobody had land. Land was something you walked around on as you migrated behind your herds. Once it was cognized as an object and fixed upon, they were ready to knock the other guy's brains out for setting foot on your territory. We all do this. I mean, we are addicted to caffeine, outrageous caffeine addictions, money, sugar, praise, television. Now, this is the favorite one to talk about because television is a forerunner of very insidious drugs to come. It's just the crudest and the first. But imagine if after World War II, a drug had been introduced into this country of right-thinking, hard-working, decent Christian people, such that 20 years after its induction, the average American citizen would be spending 6.5 hours per day involved in this drug. That's the figure for television consumption in this country. The average American watches 6.5 hours a day of TV. It is an electronic drug. It is an obsessive behavior pattern, an unconscious behavior pattern, and a physically destructive behavior pattern. I mean, it's done more for the rebirth of hemorrhoid specialists than any other single force in our society. So, but people say, well, that's not a drug, that's entertainment. 6.5 hours a day of entertainment? You know, before electronic media, a person could regard themselves as a great patron of, let's say, the musical community, and maybe they would hear 12 live musical performances a year when they would go to a theater. I mean, how many people in Beethoven, how many experts on Beethoven in his generation or the generation following heard, let's say, the Ninth Symphony more than several times in their intellectual life? Because, you know, you have to get a lot of people together and cooperating to perform the Ninth Symphony. To us, the Ninth Symphony is an object. Listen to it. Listen again. Listen again. We are able to turn experience, we are able to objectify experience and then addict ourselves to it. Well, is this bad? How can it be bad if it is so written into us? I don't think it is bad. I think what we have to do is choose our addictions, choose our behavior patterns. I mean, one can choose to be addicted to punctuality. I'm accused of this. Other people are addicted to always being late. One can be addicted to, meaningless sexual encounters.
Some difference in habits and addictions.
You mean because of the physiological angle? Well, I think that's been much overplayed. I think, should we not fall in love because we pheromonally lock together with this person and become a single unified set of drives and goals? The physiological aspects of addiction have been, I think, very strongly overdrawn. I smoke cannabis every day at most opportunities and have for years and years, since I was 18 years old. Every once in a while, I stop just to see what that's like. It's trivial. It's utterly easy. All that happens is a shift in behavior patterns. I read more. That's what happens when I stop smoking cannabis. And yet I'm supposed to be breaking out into cold sweats, wandering aimlessly through the streets of the city, staring up at lighted windows. Yeah, right. So I think we give each other too much permission to be weak in this area. What is never talked about in talk about addiction is self-restraint. For heaven's sake, just take hold of yourself. Yeah, responsibility. And if you tell people addiction is a disease, addiction is it's because you're black, it's because you're poor, it's because you're this, it's because you're that, you have just given them a whole bunch of reasons not to take responsibility for their own situation. And what is needed in these addictive situations, I think, is the shock of recognition. I believe, that if you don't take drugs, you're unbearable. And I can't think of a society on earth where people don't take drugs that any of us would want to have anything to do with. I mean, let's take Calvinist Geneva, say. I imagine that as an example of an environment of moral rectitude. I mean, these people did not wear bright colors, didn't listen to music, never drank coffee, never smoked, forget about alcohol, sex for procreation, so forth and so on. And they are paradigms of the male ego frozen in place, didactic, paternalistic, all-knowing, filled with hellfire and damnation. Everything is seen in terms of a moral dimension that makes impossible demands on the human animal. Rather, I think what we should realize is that somehow our evolution into a civilized, self-reflecting being is caught up in these synergistic relationships that our conscious mind has with various things in the environment, so that we should choose our addictions. Now notice that addictions, to my mind, and you can argue with this if you want by choosing extreme examples, but addictions to natural substances are harmless. Let me name some natural substances that you might disagree with me on this point. I think probably the strongest one would be, people would say, well, what about opium? Surely this is the scourge of mankind. Actually, opium was never a problem in human populations until it was conceived of as a problem by British colonial policymakers who decided that they could manipulate the opium trade to get an entree into China. Alcohol was never a problem, particularly, until the discovery of distilled alcohol. And, of course, heroin is distilled opium. Morphine also. Sugar is a refined vegetable substance. In every case, it has required the intercession of science and technology to take harmless habits and turn them into dangerous addictions, so that everybody has a solution to the drug problem. I think what I would suggest is something called the Vegetable Drug Act, where you just say, if it's a vegetable, it's not a drug. This was the position until very recently with British common law. In Canada, mushrooms were legal. Mushrooms aren't psilocybin. Psilocybin is a refined chemical. If it is technology which allows us then to create these super powerful addicting substances, and there will be more and more of them downstream, you may be sure. So I think what we need to do is think of human beings as hardware, as the computer, if you will, and drugs are forms of software. And the software that you run determines the kind of functions that you can perform. If you run distilled alcohol software, well, then you take on the persona of the alcoholic. I believe that cannabis is probably the most harmless and benign drug around. It carries out this feminizing that I talked about. It lowers the profile of the male ego. instead of wanting to duke it out, people just say, well, if that's your thing, you know. And that's what we need, you know. I mean, that practically boils down to what we call tolerance. So I think that this disruption of our relationships to psychoactive plants is what set us on the long, hard, downward path into neurosis. And it began with agriculture, with the narrowing of our spectrum of plant awareness from many, many plants down to the rye, the oats, the barley. And it's interesting that then out of this came the cultivation of, I think beer preceded wine. Beer is an older thing than wine. That comes out of the fact of having created surpluses. Because the way beer was discovered was through the fermentation of grain that was stored. If you didn't have surpluses, you would never discover the psychoactive properties of fermented grain. It's very interesting. In Nepal, the Newari people have an alcoholic beverage that when it's put in front of you, it looks like a bowl of granola. It's dry. They pour it out of a sack into your cup, and you say, you know, this is beer? And then they come along with boiling water and pour it over it, and then you get this foamy, lightly fermented, contaminated grain water. And to my mind, that clearly is then how fermentation of grains and production of alcohol was established. Notice that it was also the accumulation of surplus from the agricultural adaptation that creates the need for defense. Because now you've got a surplus. Now you have to guard your surplus from everybody who doesn't have any. The other thing that creation of surpluses caused was the invention of barter and money and this sort of thing, because now you have something that you can trade for something that you don't have. So all of these adaptations, also a nomadic people cannot move a grain surplus with them. So if your harvest one year, if you're a semi-nomadic people, that's a people who, like in the Amazon, they plant things and then they leave them and go away, and they have like a yearly peregrination, and when they come back to that place a year later, there's all this food ready for them. Well, imagine a nomadic people who were doing that kind of quasi-agriculture with cereal, and then there's 1 year of great weather and great rainfall, and when they arrive at their little wheat patch, so much wheat has been produced that they can't move it. They can't take it with them. So then they say, well, but we have food now, so we don't have to keep hunting, so let's spend the winter here. And this interruption of the cycle of nomadism to deal with unexpected surpluses obviously spawned the idea in people's minds, well, wouldn't it be great if we had surpluses every year? And then that says, well, that won't happen if we're as careless as we have been about our sowing and harvesting, but maybe if we're very careful and till the land and carefully plant and do careful weeding, we'll have to stay here and weed, but then we'll get this tremendous payback in the end. So, to my mind, the invention of agriculture broke our relationship to the wild plants and the lowered profile of the male ego, and set us on a path of defending wealth, creating fortifications, supporting more specialization, larger populations, so forth and so on. And from there to the present predicament, it's only a moment. Pardon me?
Lots of consequences seem from that too. Such, fear of losing your wealth, then consumer is fighting to protect it.
That's right.
Lots of conflict.
And also this idea of our land, because you want to hang on to this good cereal growing land, so it's yours, you say, and then you put a wall around it, and then you defend it, and so forth and so on. Well, yeah.
Just what do you see this going? What do you see taking this break with nature and the position that we've gotten ourselves in? How do you see it?
Well, I think that things are very far out of hand, and we're caught up now in the end game of history, and that we are going to have to create a way out of this impasse that is probably going to mean a complete redefining of who we are and how we relate to each other, and space and time and life and death. And it appears that technology is now the thing that is guiding us forward. We are not being led into the future by politicians. Politicians are running frantically along behind the wagon of history, trying to jump onto it. What is leading us, what's pulling the cart, is technology. And I think technology is the program of realizing the practical concerns of the imagination. And that really where we are headed is the imagination. It's a place. I don't know whether it's in solid-state circuitry or in the bones of the planet or in artificial arcologies in deep space. The future will figure out the details, but we are close enough to it now that we can anticipate it. It's what the shamans always said was possible. A world of value and meaning lived in the light of nature. And I think if we can get through this narrow neck that rationalism has imposed upon us and overcome these poisonous paternalistic philosophies, we will return. That's why I call it the archaic revival. It's the myth of the eternal return. History is something that you finish with as quickly as possible and then return to the archaic mode of eternity. And I think that's the adventure that we're all caught up in. That's the agenda that the plants and the planet have always had in front of them. It's just that we wandered away from an awareness of what was happening by deluding ourselves with our own inflated self-image. You know, man as master of woman and nature. And this distorted part of our self-image has now become so dangerous to us that we have to abandon it. We have to draw back from it. And under that kind of pressure, I think we will. So, harking back to another question, the reason I do this and the reason I don't feel any great trepidation about it is because I believe that historical momentum is with us. This is what is destined to come to be. We are going to take control of who we are by taking control of the physiological and psychological foundations upon which the self rests. And that means the chemical re-engineering of ourselves into the state of Edenic innocence that was lost when we set out on the long trail of the sword and the hoe, basically. That's it. End of weekend. Thank you very, very much. It's a political point of view, you see, and as a practical matter, there's no better way to succeed in politics than to champion the most out of it point of view. And now we live in an era where beige fascism is apparently the rising rule of the day. Well, that means if you want to be on the cutting edge, you have to embrace something very akin to psychedelic anarchy, the absolute antithesis of the fascist state. And then you will participate in the turning of the tide and the vindication of this point of view. And it will be vindicated, there's no doubt about it. All other points of view are bankrupt on the face of them. End of footnote.